Chapter 4950. Thinking up to this point, Chang Minggui couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Zhuang Yifan was too terrifying. His strength was unfathomable, and he was unscrupulous when it came to handling matters. Once he got the chance, Chang Minggui and Cauldron City would definitely be swallowed whole. Take care. Zhuang Yifan's eyes carried a tinge of regret. Chang Minggui had guessed some of his thoughts. Of course, this was not the result of his careful planning. He was just going with the flow. If Chang Minggui had presented such a big weakness to him, he would not have held back. Unfortunately, Chang Minggui was not a simple-minded man. In the end, he chose to control himself. This way, Zhuang Yifan couldn't do anything to him and let him go. Humph. Chang Minggui glared at Lin Yi one last time, like a hungry wolf eyeing a lamb, sending chills down one's spine. He didn't even need to think to know that this guy wouldn't let Lin Yi go, but with Zhuang Yifan's power and influence, he had to suppress it no matter how unwilling he was. Watching Chang Minggui leave, Zhuang Yifan looked at Lin Yi and reminded him, "I'm sorry for scaring Master Lin. But this leader Chang is known as the Ghost of Death. Even if you get rid of him this time, there will be a next time. Be careful, Master Lin." "Thank you for the reminder, President Zhuang. I understand." Lin Yi nodded. "I think Master Lin should stay for a few more days. At least in this division, no one would dare to mess with you," Zhuang Yifan suggested. "President Zhuang, I appreciate your kindness, but there is no need." Lin Yi declined without hesitation. If he was a little timid, he might have been scared by Chang Minggui. After all, there was nothing wrong with staying here for a while. Plus, there was Zhuang Yifan, a supermaster in the advanced stage of the Earth-opening realm, to guarantee his safety. But if he was so easily scared, he wouldn't be the Lin Yi he was today. Oh, if that's the case, then Master Lin should be extra careful. Chang Minggui is someone who can do anything. If Master Lin needs anything, you can call me at any time. I will not refuse. Zhuang Yifan's expression was solemn. He wasn't being insincere, but he was truly afraid that something would happen to Lin Yi. After all, Lin Yi was the quasi-mystic second-level alchemist that he had bet on. If Lin Yi died, then everything would be in vain. "Thank you, President Zhuang." Lin Yi smiled and said, "It's getting late. I think it's time for us to leave." "Very well. I'll walk Master Lin out." Zhuang Yifan immediately stood up. "There's no need for that. President Zhuang, please wait. See you again." Lin Yi waved his hand and led the way out of the banquet hall under everyone's gaze. He didn't seem to care about Chang Minggui at all. Although Lin Yi had rejected him a few times, Zhuang Yifan still personally walked them to the main entrance of the Alliance branch before stopping. If not for Lin Yi's repeated rejections, he would definitely have escorted them to the Morning Star treasure ship. "Master Lin, are you sure it's okay for us to leave like this? Master Lin, are you sure it's okay for us to leave just like this?" Li Ren turned around and looked at the Alliance branch shrouded in the night. His heart trembled, afraid that Chang Minggui would come out at any moment. Although they didn't say anything, Lu Ziyu, Wang Xinyan, and the others were all looking at Lin Yi with worried expressions. Being stared at by a magnate late stage of the mountain opening realm was indeed not a good feeling. This sense of danger, as if there was a dagger on one's back, was enough to cause one's spirit to collapse. Not to mention Lin Yi, the person in question, even the few of them couldn't take it. "If I say it's okay, would you believe me?" Lin Yi didn't answer but asked a question instead. "That's impossible. Although I haven't had any dealings with Chang Minggui, he's known to take revenge for the smallest grievance. Since he's already at his doorstep, he won't let the matter rest." Lu Ziyu's expression was solemn. It was a bit too much for her to deal with Chang Minggui with her strength. At the mountain opening stage, it was easier said than done to defeat someone stronger. Indeed, I never thought that he would let me go. Lin Yi chuckled. Then why did you reject Zhuang Yifan's suggestion? From the situation just now, Chang Mingue is very afraid of him. Staying with him should be very safe. You can hide for a while, and then you can follow Zhuang Yifan to the Morning Star Academy or the Morning Pride Academy. That way, there won't be any mistakes. Lu Ziyu frowned. From her point of view, although Lin Yi repeatedly gave people unexpected surprises, he still wasn't mature enough when it came to dealing with people. It was probably his arrogance that made him reject Zhuang Yifan's suggestion. But now that his life was at stake, was this the time to be arrogant? Aunt Lu is right. Actually, I was thinking the same thing, but after thinking about it, I still feel that this isn't very good. Lin Yi shook his head. Why not? Wang Xinyan asked. You can only be a thief for 1,000 days, how can you guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Lin Yi looked at them. You mean? Lu Ziyu and the others were shocked by his words. If he really said the meaning behind it, it would really scare them to death. They never thought that Lin Yi would have such thoughts. But then again, if this had happened to someone else, it would indeed be earth-shattering. But when it happened to Lin Yi, he had done many earth-shattering things, so he was naturally used to it. Lin Yi took in everyone's shocked expressions and turned to Li Ren. Right, I want to know if the defensive capabilities of the treasured ship can stop a late mountain opening expert? That's hard to say. If it's operating at full power, it shouldn't be a problem, but if it's just docked here like now, with the defensive formations at the lowest level, I think it'll be very difficult. Li Ren thought about it. If that's the case, can I trouble Chancellor Li to help me spread the news that our treasured ship has decided to return to the Morning Star Academy early tomorrow morning? As for the other Morning Star disciples who haven't finished their trials, please let the Academy Alliance bring them along. Is that all right? Lin Yi said as he pinched his chin. No problem, I'll do as Master Lin instructed, Li Ren agreed. He knew that as long as it was Lin Yi's intention, even if he acted on his own, he wouldn't be blamed at all. Moreover, this was only a small matter. Could it be that you're thinking of? Wang Xinyan seemed to be deep in thought. She had already roughly guessed what Lin Yi was thinking. Chapter 49-51. The docks. Hui Yudi and the others said in unison. That's right, the docks. And I told Chancellor Li to spread the news that we're returning to Morning Star Academy tomorrow morning. The only time left for them is tonight. Lin Yi paused, his eyes glowing, the time and location are all confirmed. Is there anything more relaxing than this in the world? Everyone fell silent, each and every one of them shocked by Lin Yi's plan. What kind of person was Chang Mingue? A giant realm expert at the later stage of the mountain opening realm had actually been caught by him like a fish. Such courage was truly flabbergasting, and even Lu Ziyu was a little shocked by him. But even if you're fishing, you need to have the strength to pull the fish ashore. Chang Mingue is no small matter. If you give him the chance to take the bait, he might be dragged into the sea. Lin Yi, you better think this through. Lu Ziyu reminded him with a serious expression. That's right, so I can't do this alone. I need help. Lin Yi laughed. In the darkness, Chang Mingue stood on the back of the ghost-eyed golden eagle and looked down at the ground. He was almost 100 feet above the ground. The people below could not detect his presence, but he could rely on his powerful divine sense to monitor every movement on the ground. Suddenly, Chang Mingue's eyelid twitched. There was a commotion on the Morning Star Academy's ship. Listening carefully, he realized that they were returning to Morning Star Academy early the next morning. That Lin brat wants to run. Chang Mingue instantly understood his opponent's intentions. Because he was afraid of Zhuang Yifan, he originally did not want to make a move at this time. Although the docks were some distance from the Alliance's division, it was not too far. Furthermore, in name, it was still the Alliance's territory, which was Zhuang Yifan's territory. He did not dare to make a move on Lin Yi in the banquet hall. In Zhuang Yifan's territory, even if it was not the Alliance's division, he still had to think carefully. Of course, he also knew that the most suitable place for him to make a move was the docks, but not now. He was prepared to find an excuse to lure Zhuang Yifan away from Thunderous Plain Island. Then, he could make a move at the docks without any qualms. Unfortunately, Lin Yi didn't give him the chance at all. At this moment, on the deck of the Morning Star Academy's ship, Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and the other girls were openly chatting. There was no one else around them, and it seemed like they didn't care about Chang Mingui at all. Is this really okay? Wang Xinyan was a little worried as she looked at Lin Yi. Hui Yudi and Huang Xiaotao were the same. They looked calm on the surface, but their hearts had been hanging in the air ever since they heard about Lin Yi's plan. They were really worried for Lin Yi. It would be fine if they could help Lin Yi, but the key was that the other party was a mountain opening late-stage expert. They, who were at the profound ascension early stage, did not even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Other than worrying, they really did not know what else they could do. I don't know, but we have to give it a try. This is the best opportunity. If we miss this opportunity, it will be hard to get another one. Lin Yi was also not sure, but he had to give it a try no matter what. He couldn't leave such a huge hidden danger. Otherwise, if he was really targeted by a mountain opening late-stage expert, he would not be able to live a peaceful life in the future. But Hui Yudi still wanted to persuade him. She was not a timid person, and had done some risky things alone before. Otherwise, she would not have rashly asked Lin Yi, a stranger, to team up during the West Island trial. It was a very risky choice, but she really did not want to see Lin Yi take risks, not at all. Don't worry, tonight's fishing seems dangerous, but in fact, it is relatively safe. If I can't even survive such a good opportunity tonight, then sooner or later I will die in the hands of Chang Mingui, so this is inevitable. We can only give it our all when the chance of winning is the highest. Only then will we have a chance to win, otherwise there is no chance of winning at all, Lin Yi said firmly. Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao did not speak anymore. They knew that it was useless to persuade him, but Hui Yudi still wanted to say something. She believed that Lin Yi definitely had more than one method, and definitely had a safer and more stable choice. However, before Hui Yudi could speak again, Lin Yi suddenly looked serious and said in a deep voice, "The fish has taken the bait." Before he finished speaking, a giant wind blade condensed from the wind whistled down from the sky, smashing into the treasured boat from above. Light flashed above Lin Yi and the others' heads, silently blocking the giant wind blade. This was the treasured boat's protective formation. But immediately after, another enormous wind blade followed closely behind, and the treasured ship's defensive formation flickered for a moment before shattering with a bang. Although it had already blocked most of its power, the treasured ship still shook violently, and the surrounding sea surface exploded with enormous waves that were several dozen feet tall. Indeed, it was as Li Ren had said, but this level of defensive formation could not stop a late-stage mountain opening expert. You guys be careful. Don't interfere. Lin Yi's voice was still echoing on the boat, but his entire body instantly shot out, rushing down the treasured boat with lightning speed, rushing in the direction of the Alliance branch. You still want to find Zhuang Yifan to save you at this time? Do you think you can escape the Alliance branch? Accompanied by a violent gust of wind, Chang Mingui coldly snorted and landed on the dock, quickly chasing after Lin Yi. So fast. Feeling the terrifying aura rapidly approaching behind him, Lin Yi could not help but feel frightened. At this time, he was already using his full strength. Not only did he use the extreme butterfly subtle steps, but he also used the vital energy jet technique. This could be said to be his current extreme speed. If compared horizontally, this speed was even faster than Zhang Zili in the early stage of the mountain opening realm. At least when he was dealing with Zhang Zili, he did not go all out. Just the extreme butterfly's subtle steps was enough to make Zhang Zili run around in circles, but compared to Chang Minggui behind him, the difference was much greater than a tortoise and a rabbit. Although they were both giants in the mountain opening realm, Chang Minggui and Zhang Zili were obviously not on the same level. The former was in the late stage of the mountain opening realm, while the latter was in the early stage. Furthermore, he was an alchemist in the late stage of the mountain opening realm. The difference in strength was not 100 times, but at least a few dozen times. The two of them could not be compared at all. As expected, he is a big fish that wants to kill people. Lin Yi sighed in his heart, but he did not dare to relax at all. Originally, he would be caught by the other party in a minute. If he was distracted, it would be no different from courting death. Chapter 49-52. You run pretty fast, but you want to show off your speed in front of me, a wind elemental giant. Did you take the wrong medicine? Chang Minggui's laughter sounded in his ear. Chang Minggui actually didn't need to get this close. With his strength, he could easily take a person's head from 100 meters away, but he felt that doing this would be too easy on Lin Yi. To vent his anger, he wanted to crush Lin Yi's body with his own hands, letting him die in endless pain and torment. This was the only way he could make an example out of Chang Minggui, letting the world see the consequences of messing with him. He really was a wind elemental giant. Lin Yi had already expected this. Every time Chang Minggui appeared or attacked, there would be a violent gust of wind. It was reasonable for him to be so fast. After all, the wind elemental was a rare mutated spirit root, and it was known for its speed. Huang Xiaotao was an example. In the next instant, Chang Minggui did not even use any martial technique. He raised his hand and grabbed at Lin Yi's neck. If he, a late-stage mountain opening cultivator, had to use his signature martial technique to deal with a mere Lin Yi, it would be too much of a joke. At this time, he was only 5 feet away from Lin Yi. His whole body was almost stuck to Lin Yi's back like a shadow. It was impossible for Lin Yi to get rid of him. However, Lin Yi had never thought that he could get rid of his opponent with just speed. Just as Chang Minggui's hand was about to grab him, Lin Yi suddenly turned around and raised his hand, releasing a 7-elemental 5-elemental killing intent. Putting aside the level of strength, the 5-elemental killing intent was already an extremely profound martial technique. Now that it had fused with the ice and mist elemental attributes, it was even more difficult to defend against. Zhang Zili's previous embarrassment was a clear proof. Of course, Lin Yi did not expect this move to cause any real trouble for Chang Minggui. That was not realistic at all. He only had one goal in doing this, and that was to delay his opponent as much as possible. Following a deep dragon roar, the killing intent of the 7 elements rushed towards Chang Minggui without any suspense. It was a direct hit, and even Chang Minggui didn't have time to react. Lin Yi was overjoyed. He was originally worried that this move would not hit his opponent. After all, this was a late-stage mountain opening expert, and his speed was terrifying. He did not expect it to be so easy. It seemed like his opponent was very careless. Of course, no matter who it was inevitable to underestimate a profound ascension early-stage cultivator. Chang Minggui was instantly surrounded by the 7-elemental 5-elemental killing intent. Lin Yi did not seek to kill, only to stop his opponent. He knew that the power of the 5-elemental killing intent might not be able to do anything to his opponent, but with the ice elemental energy mixed in, it should be enough to slow down his opponent's movement technique, just like when he was fighting against Zhang Zili. Lin Yi did not look at how Chang Minggui would react. Without saying anything, he turned and left, his movement technique once again reaching its peak. However, before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly heard Chang Minggui's mocking snort. "You think you can beat my wife like that with just this little bit of skill?" The jade pendant's warning rang out crazily. Lin Yi did not have time to be shocked, and subconsciously rolled to the side. Although he looked very miserable, he managed to dodge an invisible wind blade in the nick of time. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. As expected of a late-stage mountain opening magnate, this Chang Minggui was too terrifying. The 7-elemental 5-elemental killing intent could not even stop him at all. If not for the jade pendant's warning, Lin Yi's head might have already been separated from his body. Your vigilance is quite high. However, with your insignificant strength, I really can't see how you can match up to an early-stage mountain opening expert. It seems like I guessed correctly, Zhuang Yifan must have done something behind this. Chang Minggui was more and more convinced of his conjecture. After this exchange, he was certain that although Lin Yi was not weak, it was impossible for him to beat Zhang Zili like that. There must be something fishy behind this. Of course, Lin Yi would not clarify things like this. From his point of view, it was better for Chang Minggui to put all the blame on Zhuang Yifan. It would be best if Zhuang Yifan had no choice but to make a move, and then he would not have to waste so much effort trying to survive. Unfortunately, even if Chang Minggui suspected Zhuang Yifan, there was no way he would let Lin Yi go. No matter what, Lin Yi was the reason his wife and son ended up like this, so no matter what, Lin Yi had to die tonight. Of course, Lin Yi would not be so naive, so after he awkwardly dodged his opponent's invisible wind blade, he continued to run in the direction of the Alliance's division. This was a plan he had made long ago, and he could not fail. You think you can escape? Chang Minggui frowned when he saw this. Both of them were extremely fast. Although they had only fought for a short time, they were only halfway to the Alliance's division. If they got too close, Zhuang Yifan would definitely be alerted. If that happened, not only would he not be able to kill Lin Yi, he might even get himself killed. With a thought, Chang Minggui's body was surrounded by strong winds, and a small tornado quickly formed. It enveloped both him and Lin Yi, who was 10 feet away. Lin Yi felt as if he had sunk into quicksand. Under the pull of the strong wind, he couldn't even take a single step forward, let alone maintain his original speed. Chang Minggui's voice drifted in the tornado. One moment it felt like he was 100 miles away, and the next moment it felt like he was right next to his ear. Kid, I suddenly don't feel like killing you. If you can testify that Zhuang Yifan was the one who attacked my wife, I will be merciful and let you live. How about that? Lin Yi froze when he heard this, but he quickly understood what Chang Minggui meant. It seemed like this life-paying ghost looked down on a small fry like him, and was going to use this as a pretext to attack Zhuang Yifan. Indeed, Chang Minggui had always been dissatisfied with Zhuang Yifan. Since Zhuang Yifan would use this opportunity to attack Cauldron City, then he, Chang Minggui, could naturally do the same. Although it was not very realistic to attack Zhuang Yifan with his own strength and status, Zhuang Yifan was not invincible. As long as he went to the Mystic Sea region and found some people, he might be able to deal with Zhuang Yifan. If he was lucky, he might even be able to become the Alliance's leader. Really? That sounds good, but who knows if you'll burn the bridge after crossing it? Besides, what kind of person is Zhuang Yifan? I'm just a small shrimp, going against him. Wouldn't that be suicide? Lin Yi said with a cold smile. Chapter 4953. Is that so? Lin Yi smiled disapprovingly. This place is not far from the Alliance division. Aren't you afraid of Zhuang Yifan noticing you've made such a big commotion? You, a late-stage mountain opening stage master, are just like an ant in front of him, right? No need to provoke me. I can't beat him, but do you think this move of mine will make a big commotion? Ha 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 ha, open your eyes and see what's going on outside, idiot. Chang Minggui couldn't stop laughing. He'd even weakened the tornado to let Lin Yi see it clearly. Lin Yi glanced outside. He thought that since the opponent used such a powerful move like tornado, it would affect a large area. However, what he saw shocked him. The tornado was only between him and Chang Minggui. Outside of this area, there was no earth-shattering sound. Instead, it was silent, not even a speck of sand was stirred up. This scene made Lin Yi jump. This meant that this was far from the opponent's true strength. It was very likely that it was not even 10% of the opponent's true strength. It was just like a cat playing with a mouse. How about it, kid? Now you should understand your situation. Whether you want to live or die, make up your own mind. My patience is very limited. Chang Minggui's figure slowly walked closer. Is that so? I'm quite patient. It's rare for me to meet a late-phase master like you. How could I just let things end so hastily? Lin Yi smiled calmly, and without waiting for the other to react, he struck out with a palm. Following a majestic dragon roar, a never-before-seen killing intent of the 5 elements appeared. Even Chang Minggui, who was behind, was shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Qi turning into form." No, Qi turning into spirit. Strictly speaking, the 5 elements killing intent was Qi turning into spirit. Although this was very rare for a mysterious ascending stage master, there were many geniuses in the East Continent who could grasp this technique. However, the 5 elements killing intent in front of him did not simply form a dragon. It had form and spirit. It was like a real dragon. Not only was it a lifelike shape that was completely identical to the flood dragon, the key point was that there was an indescribable mysterious thing circulating within it. It was as if this flood dragon formed from the 5 elements killing Qi had been injected with fatality. If one were to carefully examine it, they would discover that this thing had shockingly formed an extremely profound pattern, the Fuxi 8 trigrams. Qi turning into spirit was simply turning Qi into a shape. No matter how much it looked like a dragon, it was just a form. However, Qi turning into spirit was different. After being injected with this mysterious energy, it became a real 8 trigrams dragon. If Lin Yi was strong enough, he'd be able to replenish it endlessly, and this 8 trigrams flood dragon could exist in this world forever. In time, it'd become a new powerful spirit beast. Such a profound method, even Chang Minggui, a late-stage mountain opening stage master, could not grasp it. At most, he had only reached the level of Qi turning into spirit. As for Qi turning into spirit, he had never even thought about it. Chang Minggui was stunned, but Lin Yi didn't notice it at all. In fact, he didn't even know what pure Qi was. The new form of the 5 elements in front of him had shocked him, but in his eyes, it was just an upgraded version of the 7 elements, the 8 elements of the 5 elements. To be more precise, it should be called the 5 elements 8 trigrams killing aura. This was something that he had been thinking hard about after his fight with Zhang Zili, and finally came up with in a flash of inspiration. He arranged the 8 attributes according to the Fuxi 8 trigrams in order to balance the strongest lightning attribute and the other 7 attributes. Finally, he displayed it in the form of the 5 elements killing aura. After the 8 trigrams flood dragon appeared, it pierced through the tornado in an instant. Lin Yi was overjoyed to see this, and immediately ran with all his might. "You're looking to die." Chang Minggui finally reacted. In that moment of shock, he had given up on controlling the tornado. Otherwise, even if the 8 trigrams dragon was much stronger than the 7 elements killing intent, it wouldn't have been able to pierce through it so easily, and Lin Yi wouldn't have been able to escape so easily. The wind howled. In his anger, Chang Minggui no longer cared if he would alert Zhuang Yifan or Lin Yi to testify against Zhuang Yifan. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Lin Yi. As long as he killed Lin Yi right away, it wouldn't matter even if Zhuang Yifan was alerted. Zhuang Yifan wouldn't go to the extent of fighting him to the death over a dead man. Plus, even if he couldn't beat Zhuang Yifan in a fight, he could still escape with his life. Chang Minggui's speed was many times faster than before. He instantly caught up to Lin Yi, who had just put some distance between them. At that moment, the 8 trigrams dragon didn't disappear. Instead, it suddenly appeared from the side and went straight for Chang Mingue's back. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, Chang Mingue didn't even turn his head. Suddenly, wind blades appeared around him. The 8 trigrams dragon didn't even get close to him and was instantly torn to pieces. Not only that, but even Lin Yi himself wasn't able to escape the attack. The wind blades that were flying in all directions cut into his left shoulder, and the wound was so deep that the bone could be seen. His entire shoulder was almost cleanly sliced off. Chang Mingue suddenly appeared in front of Lin Yi with a fierce killing intent on his face. Lin Yi could fight evenly with Zhang Zili, who was in the early stage of the mountain opening realm, but in front of him, who was in the late stage of the mountain opening realm, he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. I will slowly cut you to death, 1 slash at a time. I wonder how long you can last. 100 slashes, 200 slashes, or 300 slashes. Chang Mingue laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Yi's expression and said, "Don't think that you can alarm Zhuang Yifan. Even if you really do attract his attention, you'll only die faster." Ha 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 ha. Is that so? You're really that confident that I can't escape from your grasp? Lin Yi stopped in his tracks. There wasn't a hint of fear on his face. Instead, there was an indescribable feeling of relief, as if he had completed some important plan. You think you can escape? You don't even know that you're about to die. How can there be such an idiot who thinks he's smart like you? Chang Mingue pretended to look at Lin Yi with pity. His finger moved slightly, and countless invisible wind blades whistled towards Lin Yi. Chapter 49-54. Chang Mingue's gaze sharpened. Just as the formless wind blades were about to cut into Lin Yi's body, there was a sudden movement beneath Lin Yi's feet. However, it wasn't Lin Yi who moved, but the ground made of sand and stone. 4 walls of sand rose from the ground at a speed hard to discern with the naked eye, protecting Lin Yi's surroundings tightly. The indestructible wind blades sank into the walls like clay oxen entering the sea, with no reaction at all. What? Chang Mingue was instantly shocked. This was clearly not Lin Yi's method, but the work of a mountain opening stage powerhouse, and this mountain opening stage powerhouse's strength was not much lower than his. Chang Mingue felt that something was wrong, and subconsciously wanted to fly up into the sky, but the ground beneath his feet suddenly sunk. 2 large hands made of sand and stone firmly grabbed onto his legs, and slowly dragged him into the ground. In the blink of an eye, only his upper body was left on the ground. Who's playing tricks here? Get out here. Although he was sunk into the sand, Chang Mingue quickly calmed down, and shouted fiercely. It's not playing tricks. Town leader Chang, I've already been waiting here for a long time. Lu Ziyu's figure slowly emerged from the sand. Exchanging a glance with Lin Yi, he smiled faintly. Who are you? Chang Mingue's expression darkened. Oh. Town leader Chang wants to remember my name to settle the score later. There's no harm in telling you. I'm Lu Ziyu of Morning Pride Academy, Lu Ziyu said calmly. Lin Yi laughed bitterly in his heart. If it was him, he wouldn't be so kind as to reveal his real name to the other party. If he couldn't kill Chang Mingue this time, wouldn't that be looking for trouble? But as a woman, Lu Ziyu's personality was extremely unyielding. She didn't want to do something like concealing her name. If he had the guts to come and seek revenge, he could come. If she was afraid of the other party seeking revenge, then she wouldn't be Lu Ziyu, and she wouldn't have appeared here. Lu Ziyu. Morning Pride Academy is such a sissy place, to think that there would be a top expert like you, I couldn't tell. Chang Mingue furrowed his brows, which was a rare sight. From her aura, he could already determine that Lu Ziyu was at least at the intermediate stage of the mountain opening realm, and for some reason, her strength was even on par with his. There's no need to think about it. I've set up the 9 palaces sand formation here, Lu Ziyu said as he looked at him calmly. 9 palaces sand array. No wonder. Chang Minggui suddenly understood. It was said that the 9 palace sand array was an extremely special array. Within this array, it could greatly restrict the opponent's strength. His mountain opening late stage strength was probably only at the peak of the mountain opening middle stage, or even lower. Originally, with Lu Ziyu's strength at the mid-mountain opening stage, it would have been impossible for him to contend against Chang Minggui. However, with this 9 palaces sand formation, he would be able to put up a fight. Brat, so you weren't going to find Zhuang Yifan to ask for help, but set up such a trap for me. You're really not simple. Chang Minggui looked coldly at Lin Yi. At this moment, some would believe that Zhuang Yifan had not done anything. With this brat's strength and intelligence, it was really not impossible for him to kill his arrogant wife. You flatter me. Lin Yi nodded calmly. Just as Chang Minggui had said, he had planned all of this beforehand. He had let Lu Ziyu set up an ambush at the most suitable place to set up the 9 palace sand formation, and the only thing he had to do was to lure Chang Minggui over. This plan sounded extremely simple, but it was actually filled with danger. If it weren't for his strength being strong enough, if it weren't for the jade pendant's warning, he would have died many times already. Humph, brat, don't be too proud. You're just proving what I said earlier, you arrogant idiot. Chang Minggui's gaze landed on Lu Ziyu, who was surging with battle intent, and he laughed coldly. Do you really think that you can stop me with just this woman? As soon as he finished speaking, a gale suddenly rose from Chang Minggui's body. Although his legs were tightly bound, this did not stop him from attacking. Even though he was trapped in the 9 palace sand formation, he did not really care about Lu Ziyu. In the end, even if she had the strength of the mid-mountain opening stage, she was still just a woman. The wind raged, and an incomparably large tornado instantly descended on the beach of the Thunderous Plains island. At this point, Chang Minggui could no longer care about anything else. Alerting Zhuang Yifan was a matter of later. What he needed to do now was to kill this mid-mountain opening stage woman in front of him, as well as Lin Yi, who was hiding to the side. Be careful. Seeing this, Lu Ziyu's expression froze. She waved her hand, indicating for Lin Yi to retreat to the side. Although Lin Yi's strength was already comparable to an early mountain opening stage expert like Zhang Zili, in front of an existence like Chang Minggui, it was still very difficult for him to be of any use. This could be seen from the 2 previous encounters. At this point, the plan that she had set up tonight could be considered to have succeeded more than half, but even so, it could only slightly restrict Chang Minggui's strength. In the end, whether or not she would be able to force him back still depended on her, Lu Ziyu. In a short period of time, the soaring tornado that Chang Minggui had released had already swept up countless amounts of yellow sand. From afar, it looked like a wild sand dragon, and the sharp whistling of the wind and sand caused people's hearts to tremble in fear. At this moment, whether it was Lu Ziyu or Chang Minggui himself, their figures had already been enveloped by the wild sand dragon, becoming indistinct. Lin Yi, who had stayed outside, was secretly shocked. This Chang Minggui was indeed powerful. With just one move, he had forcefully turned the situation around. In an instant, the 9 palace sand formation had become a wild sand dragon. Although Chang Minggui's strength was still greatly restricted, at the same time, Lu Ziyu was definitely also greatly affected. With the difference in strength between the two of them, when both of their strengths were restricted, the one who had the upper hand in the end was still Chang Minggui. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This time, Lu Ziyu had practically risked being killed to help. If something were to really happen, then even 10,000 deaths would not be enough to atone for the blame. How would he still have the face to see Hui Yudi in the future? But with his bit of strength, he didn't dare to recklessly rush into the wild sand dragon. Not only would he not be able to help, he would instead become Lu Ziyu's burden, causing her to die even more miserably. I can only believe in Aunt Lu. Lin Yi secretly prayed in his heart. At the same time, he rapidly accumulated the vast and boundless power of lightning in his body. Ordinary moves were useless against Chang Minggui, and even the killing intent of the 5 elements 8 trigrams would not have any miraculous effect. At this time, the only move that could be of use was the ultimate killing move, Lightning Burial. Chapter 49-55. Now that Lu Ziyu was holding him back, Lin Yi's move could be put to great use. Judging from how it had been able to strike Song Zili half to death, he believed that even if it was Chang Minggui, a late-stage mountain opening expert, he would be able to give him a good beating. The wild sand tornado whistled continuously, and it was impossible for those outside to know what was going on inside. Putting aside the fact that they could not see clearly with their naked eyes, even divine senses could not enter. In reality, even if they did, it would not be a good thing. They might even suffer a backlash. After a long while, a soaring sword chi suddenly slashed the wild sand tornado into 2. Then, Lu Ziyu, who was dressed in white, was sent flying while coughing up a mouthful of blood. A silver flexible sword had appeared in her hands at some point in time. Seeing this, Lin Yi panicked. However, he then saw that Chang Minggui had also been injured in the distance. There was a huge wound on his chest that was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed incessantly, and it was a shocking sight. It seemed that he had been injured by the soaring sword chi just now. Looks like I've really underestimated you. I've never seen a woman be able to do this. You, Lu Ziyu, are the first, Chang Minggui said coldly. Lu Ziyu was not only powerful to the point that he had a whole new level of respect for her. What made him even more speechless was that this woman was even more domineering and unyielding than him when she attacked. Was she really a woman? That's just because you're inexperienced. Lu Ziyu let out a cold laugh in disapproval. Although she was already very strong, and there were very few other female cultivators who could be a match for her, it did not mean that there were none. For example, West Island's Island Lord Ning Shangling, whose true strength far surpassed hers. Is that so? Chang Minggui clenched his fist noncommittally, pursing his lips and saying, "You can only be stubborn for a while. I've already broken the 9 palaces sand formation, so it's time for you to die. Go in peace." As his words landed, a crescent-shaped wind blade suddenly appeared in Chang Minggui's hand. At first glance, it seemed no different from the move he had used earlier. However, when this wind blade appeared, Lu Ziyu and Lin Yi, who had stayed in the distance, instantly widened their eyes. Pang! A deep wound suddenly appeared on Lu Ziyu's body, and he was sent flying several hundred feet away. His face was filled with disbelief. His opponent's wind blade had actually reached him in an instant. By the side, Lin Yi felt his scalp go numb. Although the speed of the wind blades was indeed extremely fast, and with his strength, even with the jade pendant as a warning, it would be very difficult for him to completely avoid them. With Lu Ziyu's strength, she should not have ended up in such a sorry state. No matter what, she was still a mid-stage mountain opening expert, and according to Lin Yi's judgment, she should be a top-notch existence amongst those of the same level. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to contend with Chang Minggui for so long with just a 9-palace sand formation. But the problem was that this wind blade did not have any flight trajectory at all. It had just been flung out from Chang Minggui's hand, and in the next instant, it had already appeared on Lu Ziyu's body. How was he supposed to dodge it? Such a technique seemed to have surpassed the speed of space. The last time Lin Yi had seen such a divine technique was when he had received the inheritance from the giant electric eel. He had seen a human swordsman's sword chi arrive in such an instant. Although judging from the aura alone, the late-stage mountain opening Chang Minggui was far inferior to that human swordsman. After all, that was an existence who could exchange blows with the giant electric eel. The profoundness of their techniques were exactly the same. It could be seen that Chang Minggui definitely did not have an undeserved reputation, and was indeed not to be underestimated. How is it? The feeling of being scratched by my wind blade doesn't feel good, right? Chang Minggui grinned complacently, using this to distract his opponent. At the same time, his other hand was hidden in his sleeve, secretly accumulating power. Noiselessly, another wind blade shot out in an instant. Pang! This wind blade directly slashed across Lu Ziyu's throat, and her head fell to the ground. In an instant, everything in the world suddenly came to a standstill. Lin Yi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and he bellowed in grief and indignation, "Aunt Lu. No matter how strong she is, she's still just a woman. She's nothing much." Chang Minggui laughed complacently. However, before he could laugh out loud, Lu Ziyu's corpse suddenly turned into a pile of yellow sand after falling to the ground. It was a yellow sand clone. Not only did this turn of events stun Chang Minggui, even Lin Yi could not react for a moment. He was not far from Lu Ziyu's position, but even he had not sensed when Lu Ziyu had changed into a yellow sand clone. The technique itself was not very shocking, but to be able to use it to such a flawless degree, Lu Ziyu could be said to be the first person Lin Yi had ever seen. Pooh! Lu Ziyu suddenly appeared behind Chang Minggui, and at the same time, her sword pierced through his chest. Chang Minggui's expression immediately became more and more shocked. He stared blankly at the bloody blade that had pierced through his chest, his face filled with disbelief. Lin Yi, too, felt that it was inconceivable. Lu Ziyu had given others the impression that she was very open and unrestrained before, but from the moment she silently created the yellow sand clones, to the moment she silently appeared behind Chang Minggui, her entire fighting style had completely changed. She was no longer as forceful and domineering as before, but more like an assassin who took an unconventional path. "It's too early for you to say stupid words like that." Lu Ziyu's breathing was slightly heavy. The previous set of movements could be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Although it was not as amazing as the opponent's instantaneous wind blades, to be able to do it so flawlessly, especially to deceive someone like Chang Minggui, the amount of physical strength exhausted was practically an astronomical figure. Moreover, the first wind blade had left behind a bone-deep wound. To be able to pierce through Chang Minggui's chest with a single strike was already the result of Lu Ziyu giving it her all. Earlier, even with the help of the Nine Palaces sand formation, she had still been suppressed by her opponent. Now that she was fighting for her life, this was Lu Ziyu's true strength. Is that so? Chang Minggui did not collapse after being struck by this sword. Instead, his aura instantly became even more explosive and powerful. Gusts of wind that could be seen by the naked eye were continuously emitted from his body, and then they quickly wrapped around Lu Ziyu who was behind him. These gusts of wind were like invisible iron chains, tightly binding Lu Ziyu's entire body and suspending her in midair. Lu Ziyu's face immediately flushed red. Right now, not only was she unable to move, the key point was that one of the gusts of wind had strangled her throat, and she was completely suffocated. The situation had reversed in the blink of an eye. Although Lu Ziyu's flexible sword was still stuck in Chang Minggui's body, with the heaven-defying vitality of a late-stage mountain-splitting giant, this sword would at most injure him, and it was impossible for it to kill him. On the contrary, Lu Ziyu was currently in imminent danger. She was not only suffocating from being strangled, what was even more dangerous was that any random wind blade from Chang Minggui would be able to take her life. She no longer had any strength to resist. Chapter 49-56. But before Chang Minggui could act, Lin Yi suddenly roared, "Lightning burial." As he spoke, a massive pillar of lightning descended from the sky, instantly striking Chang Minggui's head. As a late-stage mountain opening expert, Chang Minggui had no chance to react at all. The speed of lightning was the limit of the natural world. To a certain extent, it was the same as the wind blades he had just unleashed. Others could not dodge his wind blades, so he naturally could not dodge Lin Yi's lightning burial. As the lightning burial entered his body, Chang Mingue's entire body convulsed violently from the electricity. The layers of wind entangling Lu Ziyu lost control, allowing Lu Ziyu to regain his freedom and a chance to breathe. "I've finally made it in time." Lin Yi watched this scene with lingering fear and let out a long breath. This time, the power of the lightning burial had reached the limit of what he could control. It was even stronger than when he had used it against Zhang Zili last time. If not for this, he suspected that it would not have any effect on Chang Mingue at all. Unlike last time when Zhuang Yifan had dispelled it, this lightning burial lasted for several breaths of time. The blinding light from the lightning illuminated the surrounding several kilometers as if it was daytime. Seeing Chang Mingue convulsing within the massive pillar of lightning, Lin Yi and Lu Ziyu looked at each other with lingering fear. There should be no problem now, right? However, before the two of them could relax, Chang Mingue suddenly let out a hysterical roar from within the lightning burial. Fierce winds suddenly rose within a radius of several dozen kilometers, whistling towards Chang Mingue from all directions. Under the incomparably fierce winds, the giant pillar of lightning was actually sliced into pieces, and the lightning burial was forcibly disintegrated into nothingness. What a troublesome guy. Lin Yi's heart beat wildly. This lightning burial was the limit of what he could do, but it had still been forcefully disintegrated by someone like this. Were late-stage mountain opening magnates all this freakish? In reality, Lin Yi had never thought that he would be able to kill Chang Mingue with just a single lightning burial. However, he wanted to at least leave enough damage to Chang Mingue. Who would have thought that Chang Mingue would be able to disintegrate his attack? Although Zhuang Yifan had dealt with the thunder burial much more easily than Chang Mingue, he was still an earth creation late-stage master. Lin Yi wouldn't be surprised no matter what he did. However, Chang Mingue was able to do it as well. This was a huge blow to him. In the end, he was still too weak. You have to be careful. This guy is already completely infuriated, and he might vent his anger on you, Lu Ziyu reminded in a deep voice. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. Even if Lu Ziyu was injured, he was still a late-stage mountain opening expert. He wouldn't be taken care of so easily, and the lightning burial just now was the main cause of Chang Mingue's anger. Lin Yi guessed that if he was in Chang Mingue's shoes, he would most likely vent his anger on him. On this side, Lin Yi and Lu Ziyu acted as if they were facing a great enemy. On the other side, Chang Mingue, who had suffered a loss, didn't go berserk like they had expected. Instead, he whistled and suddenly rose into the air. Immediately, a huge shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. It was his flying mount, ghost-eyed golden eagle. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Lu Ziyu couldn't help but be stunned. Could it be that this guy was preparing to fight in the air? A late-stage mountain opening expert actually used this kind of method. He was too shameless. However, unexpectedly, Chang Mingue only glanced at the two of them viciously. The ghost-eyed golden eagle quickly rose into the clouds and disappeared, leaving directly. The battle ended too suddenly. Lu Ziyu didn't react for a moment and looked at Lin Yi blankly. What a pity. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and shook his head. He had already guessed the reason for Chang Mingue's sudden departure, because this was the most crucial part of his plan. If he had succeeded, Chang Mingue would really have died here tonight. However, such a vicious and domineering guy had actually turned around and fled without hesitation when he sensed that something was wrong. It really made people speechless. After all, Chang Mingue wasn't a brainless idiot. He was only rough and arrogant on the surface, but when it came to a crucial moment, he definitely wouldn't do something stupid. It was the same at the banquet, and it was the same now. Zhuang Yifan suddenly appeared in front of the two of them and said to Lin Yi with a face full of concern, Master Lin, I came a step too late and startled you. Are your injuries serious? Lu Ziyu suddenly understood. So it was this person who had come. No wonder Chang Minggui had suddenly fled. If he hadn't fled, he really would have died here tonight. With Zhuang Yifan's strength, if he really wanted to kill him, there was no way he could have survived. Oh, it's nothing. Lin Yi shook his head. I'm really sorry. I was just about to go into seclusion to take the solid earth pill. I only noticed something strange just now. I really didn't think that Chang Minggui would be so daring as to openly attack Master Lin in the Alliance's territory. If he hadn't run away so quickly, I would have made sure his blood would have been spilled. Zhuang Yifan said, a little embarrassed. Headmaster Zhuang, there's no need to blame yourself. I wasn't seriously injured, and it happened so suddenly. It's normal for him to escape. Although he said that, Lin Yi's expression was a little thought-provoking. No. For something like this to happen to Master Lin in the Alliance's territory, no matter what, as the headmaster of the Alliance, I cannot absolve myself from the blame. Looks like the guards should be the ones to reorganize themselves. They didn't react at all when something like this happened. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. Zhuang Yifan couldn't help but vent his anger. Lin Yi and Lu Ziyu looked at each other without saying anything. From the time they had fought Chang Minggui until now, it had already been half the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. In the end, there were so many mountain opening stage experts in the Alliance's territory, and not a single one of them had rushed over. It was a little unreasonable. How about this, Master Lin, you two follow me to the Alliance's division. There are the best doctors in the Alliance there. Your injuries can't be delayed, Zhuang Yifan suggested. That won't be necessary. I also know a bit of medicine. It's more than enough to treat our injuries. Lin Yi waved his hand and refused. Oh. I didn't think that you, Master Lin, are also a medical expert. Zhuang Yifan paused when he heard that, and then slapped his head in realization. Hey, look at my memory. Master Zhang Liju isn't just a pill god, he's also the top medical saint on Sky Class Island. As his disciple, Master Lin is naturally skilled in medicine. If there's nothing else, I'll go treat Aunt Lu's injuries first. Lin Yi smiled. Right. Treating your injuries is more important. I'll send you off. As soon as Zhuang Yifan finished speaking, he immediately used his true qi to envelop Lin Yi and Lu Ziyu, sending them back to the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4957. Chairman Zhuang, then I won't be sending you off. Lin Yi bade farewell to Zhuang Yifan, indicating for the three girls to calm down. Then, he supported Lu Ziyu into a specialized recovery room. After Lin Yi had Lu Ziyu sit down, he immediately channeled essential qi from his back to treat her injuries. At the same time, he was also treating his own injuries. Both of their injuries were not light, especially Lu Ziyu, who had expended a large amount of vital energy in addition to her injuries. Right now, she was in a rather weak state. Your essential qi can actually treat people's injuries. Lu Ziyu could sense that wherever Lin Yi's essential qi passed through, her injuries would rapidly recover. She could not help but be astonished. She had never seen such a fast recovery rate before. Yes, my essential qi is rather unique. Lin Yi nodded. Originally, such a secret could not be casually revealed to outsiders, but after tonight's battle, if he still treated Lu Ziyu as an outsider, he would be too heartless. Just because of a sudden request of his, Lu Ziyu had risked her life to engage in a life-and-death battle with Chang Minggui, who was much stronger than her. From this moment onwards, Lin Yi had already treated her as a true senior, a senior whom he could entrust his back to. You're really an extraordinary person. Lu Ziyu could not help but smile. Then, she changed the topic and said, the final step of your plan just now should have been for Zhuang Yifan to kill Chang Minggui, right? That's right. Unfortunately, it was all for naught. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, feeling a little dispirited. From luring the enemy to setting up the formation, everything had progressed perfectly. However, it was clear that it was not enough to kill Chang Minggui. Whether this plan could succeed or not depended on the final step. It all depended on whether Zhuang Yifan would make a move in time. Actually, everything that Lin Yi had planned before was for Zhuang Yifan to make a move. Even the location of the ambush was not randomly chosen. It could not be too far from the Alliance branch, as that would be beyond the range of Zhuang Yifan's divine sense. However, it could not be too close to the Alliance branch, as that would prevent Chang Minggui from giving up on the chase. Only the location that he had chosen was just right. Logically speaking, with Chang Minggui and Lu Ziyu fighting at the ambush point for so long, the commotion should have been world-shaking, so it was impossible for the Alliance branch to not notice it at all. Unfortunately, Zhuang Yifan still arrived late, allowing Chang Minggui to escape. After all, Zhuang Yifan is no ordinary person. It won't be easy to use him to kill someone. Lu Ziyu also felt that it was a pity. Although the reason that Zhuang Yifan gave was reasonable, both she and Lin Yi did not think that he would be so slow. If they guessed correctly, Zhuang Yifan must have done it on purpose. Yes, I thought that a person of power like him would put profit first, and would most likely take this opportunity to take down Chang Minggui and take control of Cauldron City. I didn't think that he would be unmoved. It is really hard to guess the thoughts of such a big shot. Lin Yi sighed. In his opinion, the alchemy ability that he had displayed before was enough for Zhuang Yifan to try his best to rope him in, especially when he had leaked the news that he was trying to break through to Mystic Second-Level Alchemist. If he was in Zhuang Yifan's shoes, he would definitely take this opportunity to take down Chang Minggui and take control of Cauldron City. At the same time, he would be moved to tears. This was killing two birds with one stone. How could Zhuang Yifan not take it? What he didn't know was that he had been tricked by himself. If he was just a mystic first-level alchemist, Zhuang Yifan might have really made a move. However, he was now a mystic second-level alchemist in name, which made Zhuang Yifan give up on the idea. A future mystic second-level alchemist, with Zhuang Yifan's current strength, was bound to him no matter what. If he wanted to have a closer relationship with Lin Yi, he obviously couldn't be the only one asking for help from Lin Yi. Conversely, Zhuang Yifan had to have something to ask of him as well. Both of them had value to each other. Only with this kind of benefit could their relationship be stable. That was why he purposely left Chang Minggui as a threat to Lin Yi. This was, in a sense, raising a bandit to strengthen himself. As long as Chang Minggui appeared once, his position in Lin Yi's heart would increase. The bottom line was that Lin Yi didn't die. This was a profitable business. Zhuang Yifan is a very shrewd person. You should be more careful when dealing with him in the future. Although you're a mystic first-level alchemist, the difference in strength between you and him is too great. It's easy to get into trouble. Lu Ziyu reminded him, then shook her head and sighed. It's a pity that we let Chang Minggui escape this time. Although he's also injured and should stop for a while, when he makes a comeback next time, it won't be so easy to deal with him. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. This time, the time and place were all on his side. Chang Minggui unknowingly stepped into a trap. It wouldn't be so easy next time. When the time came, the enemy would be in the dark while he was in the light. Lin Yi wouldn't even have the chance to prepare in advance, let alone set up a trap for him. I'm actually fine here. I don't plan on staying in the East Continent. I'll be fine as long as I return to the North Island. Lin Yi shook his head nonchalantly, then said worriedly, I'm more worried about you, Aunt Lu. You've offended Chang Minggui this time. He definitely won't let this go. Lin Yi could just leave, but Lu Ziyu, as the vice headmaster of Morning Pride Academy, obviously couldn't do so. Although she was a mid-stage mountain opening expert, she was still a distance away from Chang Minggui. With Chang Minggui's vengeful personality, he wouldn't let her go. You don't have to worry about this. With my strength, even if I can't beat him, protecting myself won't be a problem. If he dares to come to my Morning Pride Academy's territory and behave atrociously, even if I don't die, I'll still skin him alive. Does he really think that my Morning Pride Academy is easy to bully? Lu Ziyu said disapprovingly. Hearing that, Lin Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He had just been thinking about whether he should call Lu Ziyu to go to the North Island to lie low for a while. In any case, she and Shanghai Tianhua were old acquaintances, so he could just treat it as a visit to an old friend's house. However, since Lu Ziyu had already expressed her stance, there was no need for him to do anything unnecessary. After all, he was a big shot of a region. Even if his strength was inferior, with Lu Ziyu's personality, she really wouldn't be afraid of him. Who knew, it might even become a motivation for her to advance to the next level. Alright, your healing true qi is quite useful. This bit of injury of mine is more or less healed. Lu Ziyu clicked her tongue in wonder, indicating for Lin Yi to retract his true qi as she stood up and said, your injuries aren't light either. Hurry up and heal yourself. Don't worry about me. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Lu Ziyu left the room by herself, leaving Lin Yi alone to continue healing. Chapter 49-58. Such a bold plan, if it had been anyone else, they would have taken a while. Even if they agreed to help in the end, the opportunity would have been gone. Speaking of which, tonight's fishing plan was indeed full of danger. Even Lin Yi himself could not help but feel some lingering fear. Chang Minggui's strength was truly beyond his imagination. Fortunately, his luck was not bad, and the other party had underestimated him. Otherwise, forget about dragging it out until Zhuang Yifan made a move. Lin Yi reckoned that he would not even be able to survive the first step of luring the enemy. He would have died under Chang Minggui's wind blades before he even reached the ambush point. And in the end, if Zhuang Yifan had not appeared, with his and Lu Ziyu's physical strength being almost exhausted, they would have most likely died when facing the enraged Chang Minggui. In this aspect, Zhuang Yifan had actually been a great help. Although he had not been able to kill Chang Minggui as Lin Yi had wished, he had at least scared him away and saved his and Lu Ziyu's lives. He still remembered this favor. As Lin Yi healed himself, he inspected the state of his body. He suddenly discovered that his 8 compound spirit roots were much more solid than when he had just broken through. The various elements were fused more seamlessly, and even the qi in his body was calmer and less restless. This discovery immediately made Lin Yi overjoyed. According to his past experience, this was clearly a sign that he had completely consolidated his mysterious ascension primary stage. How long had it been since he had broken through? He had originally thought that it would take at least 3 months or even half a year. But thinking about it carefully, this result was actually not that surprising. Actual combat was the best way to consolidate one's strength, and looking back at Lin Yi's recent battles, putting aside Chang Minggui who was a weakling of the same level, the unfathomable vengeful spirit, the early mountain opening stage Song Zili, and the late mountain opening stage Chang Minggui were all extremely intense battles. If he still could not consolidate his strength like that, then it would really be strange. While Lin Yi was rejoicing, on the other side, Chang Minggui, who had fled on the ghost-eyed golden eagle, was currently in an extremely bad mood. Not only had he not been able to kill Lin Yi, but he had instead been tricked by Lin Yi and Lu Ziyu. His chest had been pierced through by a sword, coupled with the strongest lightning burial. To a late-stage mountain opening expert like him, though such injuries were not fatal, they were definitely not minor injuries that could be healed in a day or two. What made Chang Minggui even more depressed was the fact that even though Lin Yi was on Thunder Plain Island, he could only watch and not dare to attack again. Zhuang Yifan's sudden appearance had already shocked him. Although Zhuang Yifan did not make a move to stop him, who knew what Zhuang Yifan would do if he was attacked again. After being depressed, Chang Minggui finally understood. With his strength, killing Lin Yi was indeed as easy as flipping his hand, but Lin Yi had an expert like Lu Ziyu protecting him, so he could not completely crush him. Once the battle dragged on, Zhuang Yifan would definitely come to the rescue. Under such circumstances, it would be almost impossible to kill Lin Yi. However, even though he understood, Chang Minggui did not plan on giving up. However, according to the rumors that Lin Yi had Li Ren spread, there was not much time left for him to act. Not to mention letting Lin Yi escape back to the northern island, even if he only returned to the Morning Star Academy's territory, it would not be easy for him to act again. One had to know that the strength of the three Morning Star magnates was not below Lu Ziyu's, especially Dean Ling Yuanqing, whose strength was not much weaker than Chang Minggui's. If he dared to kill Lin Yi in the Morning Star Academy's territory, the three Morning Star magnates would not be as scheming as Zhuang Yifan. They would definitely fight to the death, and Chang Minggui might even have to pay with his life. He did not dare to take this risk. After thinking about it, Chang Minggui felt that the best opportunity was still here. Before Zhuang Yifan could react, he would use his absolute strength to kill him in one blow, or perhaps he could just take care of that detestable Zhuang Yifan as well. After hesitating for a while, Chang Minggui suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and immediately made up his mind. He did not hesitate to overdraft the ghost-eyed golden eagle's life force to increase its speed to the maximum, and the man and eagle quickly disappeared into the moonlight. In the hall of the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship, because of the huge commotion earlier, almost everyone on the ship was gathered there. As the leader of the group, Li Ren was busy arranging for people to repair the protective spell formation. Although the protective spell formation had been destroyed on the spot by Chang Minggui's two giant wind blades, neither the main body of the treasured ship nor the protective spell formation itself had suffered much damage. As long as they repaired it slightly and infused enough spiritual qi, the protective spell formation would naturally be able to be activated again. "Master, how is Lin Yi?" Hui Yudi and the rest saw Lu Ziyu come out and immediately surrounded her. "He seems to be in good condition, so he should be fine. Don't worry." Lu Ziyu smiled and comforted them. "Oh, that's good." Hui Yudi and the rest all heaved a sigh of relief, and then asked about the situation of the battle just now. Lu Ziyu naturally answered every question, and although it was only a few plain words, the information revealed still made everyone unconsciously break out in a cold sweat, and they were filled with lingering fear. No wonder Lin Yi insisted on not letting them participate. Although they were all in the early stages of the mysterious Ascension realm, and in terms of strength, they were far stronger than the average experts of the same level. But in front of a fiend like Chang Minggui, they could not even be considered cannon fodder. Even Lin Yi was in such a dangerous situation, let alone the few of them. In the time it took for them to speak, Lin Yi had already finished healing his injuries, and appeared in front of everyone in a relaxed manner. Needless to say, he was once again surrounded by the group of girls, who examined him from head to toe. After confirming that he had indeed recovered, the girls were finally willing to let go of him. "I already said that I'm really fine, but you still didn't believe me." Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at his messy clothes, looking as if he had been humiliated. At this moment, he suddenly saw a figure in the corner of the hall, and his heart skipped a beat as he remembered what had happened before. He immediately called out, "Miss Qinyu, is it convenient for you to come with me for a moment?" As soon as he finished speaking, not only Lu Ziyu, Hui Yudi, and the others, but even the other Morning Star disciples in the distance revealed strange gazes. Each and every one of them looked at Lin Yi and Qin Yu with mischievous eyes. If not for Lin Yi's strength and status, all sorts of rumors would have been flying around. "Me?" Qin Yu was also stunned, and after noticing everyone's expressions, she could not help but blush. She hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head and weakly responded, following Lin Yi's footsteps. The two of them arrived at Lin Yi's room. Just as Lin Yi sat down, He saw Qin Yu, who was behind him, close the door with a turn of her hand. What are you doing? Lin Yi could not help but be stunned. Chapter 49-59. Oh, this was given by Jiang Hahai, you don't have to thank me. Lin Yi waved his hand. Qin Yu looked at him deeply. She knew that with Jiang Hahai's ability, he would not be able to take out the Thunder Quintessence pill. Only this legendary mystic tier alchemist could casually take out the rare Thunder Quintessence pill and give it away. Therefore, Lin Yi could not deceive her at all. That. Qin Yu suddenly blushed and lowered her head, saying weakly, Master Lin, did you call me over to repay you? What? Lin Yi almost choked when he heard that. What was going on? Did he look that wretched? Could it be that he had guessed wrong? Qin Yu was clearly stunned when she saw his reaction. She secretly muttered in her heart. Or was this Master Lin a hypocrite? He was obviously doing dirty things, but he still pretended to be virtuous. Lin Yi frowned when he saw her expression. He pointed at the opposite seat and asked her to sit down. In a serious tone, he said, I have something I wanted to ask you before. What is your relationship with those two male disciples? Male disciples. Qin Yu thought for a while before she reacted. She said with some surprise, Are you talking about Qi Dong and Qin Chang? I don't know their names. I just saw that you have a close relationship with them. That's why I asked. Lin Yi said lightly. Although he'd only met Jiang Hahai once, he sympathized with this infatuated man. What Qin Yu had done before, on the other hand, was truly chilling. Lin Yi wasn't at the point where he'd be filled with righteous indignation. After all, this was a private matter, but he still felt that it was unfair for Jiang Hahai. Qin Yu fell into silence when she heard that. She lowered her head and did not speak for a long time. Lin Yi could see that she was trying her best to restrain herself, but she could not stop the sound of sobbing. The atmosphere in the room was filled with sorrow and anger. It seemed that there was a hidden story. After a long time, Qin Yu suddenly raised her head and reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. She said calmly with determination, Master Lin, if you see Jiang Hahai, please help me pass a message. Tell him that I, Qin Yu, have died. I have let him down. You're dead. Lin Yi's frown deepened, and he sternly said, Miss Qin, if you have something to say it clearly in front of me. If you have any difficulties, we can also find a way to solve it. Or did you really do something wrong to Jiang Hahai? Did you cheat on him? Qin Yu's expression darkened. Her eyes turned red as she sobbed, I've really let him down. I'm no longer clean. I don't deserve him. If you had known this would happen, you wouldn't have acted in the first place. Lin Yi shook his head and secretly felt sorry for Jiang Hahai. It was hard for him to think of ways to save up a gathering nascent soul golden pill, and even did not hesitate to ask a stranger to bring it here. However, he did not know that Qin Yu was no longer the original Qin Yu. His infatuation was really wasted. I didn't want to. Qin Yu cried silently. I've decided to give my life to Ahai. Even if it's 100 years or 1,000 years, I'll wait for him. I'll never regret it. Then how did you become like this? Lin Yi frowned. Through the previous performance, he believed Qin Yu's words a little. Putting aside other things, at least Qin Yu must have feelings for Jiang Hahai. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked him to bring Jiang Hahai a medicinal pill when they were on the road to becoming a giant. A condensed nascent soul golden pill and a vitality cultivating pill. How could a normal person give such a medicinal pill to someone for no reason? Because I was. Qin Yu was obviously hesitant and struggling halfway through her words. In the end, she took a deep breath and gritted her teeth to finish the second half of the sentence. I was raped. What? Lin Yi was shocked and looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "Who?" "Xing Tianguang." Although Qin Yu lowered her head, when she said this name, Lin Yi could clearly feel her gritting her teeth. This kind of hatred had completely seeped into her bones. After all, it was this person who ruined her originally beautiful life and forced her to sink into this state. "Who is Xing Tianguang?" Lin Yi asked with a frown. "He is a second-generation cultivator in the academy. He is the son of the academy's number 2 alchemist, Xing Dongxing. In the past, he often hung out with Bao Zuoyang and the others." Qin Yu's tone suddenly became unprecedentedly calm, as if she was a bystander, and calmly narrated, "From the first day at Morning Star Academy, I was targeted by him. After being rejected by me 3 times in a row, he became angry out of humiliation and drugged me, doing such beastly things." Lin Yi did not say anything. He only faintly felt that the name Xing Dongxing was somewhat familiar. Although he should not have heard of it or seen it before, he felt that it should be related to someone that he had interacted with before. "I have no background here, no backing. After the incident, I did not know how to resist, nor did I know how to take revenge, so I could only seek death. However, after being saved several times, I gradually became numb," Qin Yu said calmly. "What happened after that?" Lin Yi asked. From then on, I became his plaything. I used my body to exchange for the cultivation resources in his hands." Qin Yu's current state of mind could be said to be terrifying. Speaking of this kind of thing, she could actually still laugh. With an unfathomable expression, she said, "Later, Xing Tianguang went to the Mystic Sea region, and I was targeted by a few other second-generation cultivators. Since I was unable to resist, I simply broke the jar and used my beauty to mingle with those men, in exchange for cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was stunned. He did not know how to evaluate Qin Yu's choice. It would be too cold to say that she did not have self-respect, but he could not say that she did the right thing. He could only be speechless. Qin Yu saw Lin Yi's expression and shook her head with a bitter smile. "Anyway, I have already become like this. In order to survive, there is no other way. I actually do not want to live, but I want to do something for Ahai before I die. Even if it is just to save a few medicinal pills for him and ask someone to bring them over, it can make up for what I owe him. Otherwise, I will not be able to die in peace." After saying this, Qin Yu fell into silence again. At this moment, Lin Yi saw her look of despair and sighed. Although he did not agree with her choice, it was not her fault that she became like this. In a place like East Continent College, where the strong preyed on the weak, it was indeed difficult to survive without a strong backer and a strong background. In comparison, Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaotao, and Hui Yuri were much luckier than her. Not to mention other things, at least they had a strong and protective master. Chapter 4960. Lin Yi couldn't help but rejoice when he thought of this. Fortunately, the 3 of them had good luck. Otherwise, who knows if the miserable experience of Qin Yu would repeat itself on them. This wasn't impossible. Thinking about Tian Chan and Sydney on Middle Island, they were living examples. After a long silence, Lin Yi let out a long breath and slowly said, "Okay, I know what happened to you. It's not your fault. You don't have to blame yourself too much." "Thank you, Master Lin." Qin Yu bowed slightly, but her expression didn't change much. For a woman like her, whether Lin Yi understood or misunderstood, it didn't matter much. Since the day she gave up, she no longer cared about her reputation. "However, I hope that you don't give up on yourself anymore. I will talk to Qin Danzi. In the future, he will be your backer. Also, if you encounter any trouble again, you can go to Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. They won't just stand by and watch." Lin Yi paused and continued, "You are now an early-stage mysterious ascension master. When you go to the mysterious sea, it will be a brand new beginning. At that time, work hard and don't give up on yourself. Do you understand? This. Qin Yu couldn't help but look at Lin Yi in shock. She thought that Lin Yi suddenly asked about her matters on a whim. She didn't expect that this high and mighty Master Lin would take the initiative to help her. For a moment, she didn't know how to react. As for your matters, I will tell the truth to Jiang Hahai when I have the chance. I don't know what decision he will make, and of course, I won't interfere. Lin Yi sighed. One was an infatuated man, and the other was a bitter woman. From his standpoint, of course, he hoped that the two of them would have a good ending. However, this was obviously not something he could interfere with. Since ancient times, men have always valued a woman's reputation. Especially in a society like Heavenly Island, although Jiang Hahai was infatuated, he might give up after knowing about Qin Yu's matter. Thank you, Master Lin. I will never forget your great kindness. Qin Yu stood up and bowed to Lin Yi. Her face was a little livelier than before, but there was also some nervousness. Her originally dead state of mind had a slight ripple. But even so, she actually didn't have much hope for the future. She was already a withered willow, and she was already satisfied to be able to do something for her lover. As for anything else, she really didn't dare to ask for more. Once there was hope, there would be greater disappointment and even despair in the end. She didn't want to die again. Lin Yi didn't say much. Qin Yu was suffering from a mental illness, and it needed medication to treat it. Only when she got over it herself could everything get better. I know you want revenge. Work hard. There will come a day when you can take revenge with your own hands. Lin Yi paused, looked at her and said, that Jing Tingguang you mentioned, if I wanted to crush him, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. But I can help you once, but I can't help you forever. He is a knot in your heart, and only you can untie it yourself. Yes. Qin Yu nodded silently. All right, in the future, whether you pull yourself together or continue to sink, it's all up to you. Go back. Lin Yi said to send her off. Qin Yu looked deeply at Lin Yi, nodded heavily, and left the room. However, before she could take a few steps, the two male disciples who had an ambiguous relationship with her before had already surrounded her. It was Qi Dong and Qin Chang. Although their backgrounds weren't as deep as Bao Zhuliang's, they could still be considered the second generation of cultivation. What's going on? When did he take a fancy to you? Qi Dong came up to her with a nervous expression. That's right, isn't it enough for him to have beauties like Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao? Don't tell me he won't let go of a broken flower like you. Isn't that too lustful? Qin Chang complained in a low voice. Qin Yu looked at the two with disgust, and remembered what Lin Yi had said. She immediately said coldly, don't come looking for me in the future. Don't interfere with each other's business, or else don't blame me for being impolite. Ah. Qi Dong and Qin Chang froze at the same time as they stared at the woman in disbelief. Qin Yu used to be very obedient in front of them, and as long as they gave her training resources, she wouldn't object no matter what they asked her to do. She'd do whatever she wanted, so why was she turning her back on them after just one time? You little hussy, what nonsense are you talking about? You don't want cultivation resources anymore. Or do you want us to find a few people to gang rape you? Qi Dong immediately threatened in an evil tone. Don't think that you can escape from us just because you're at the early profound ascension stage. Let me tell you, with your little strength in the Morning Star Academy, you will forever be trampled on by us, unless you can find a strong backer. Qin Chang snorted coldly. In this Tyrant's Path trial, the two of them, like most of the other Morning Star disciples, did not succeed in breaking through to the profound ascension stage. Other than their lack of strength, they were also unlucky enough to meet a freak like Lin Yi. Hence, the two of them were naturally inferior to Qin Yu, who was at the early profound ascension stage. They could only use their backer to scare Qin Yu into submission. From now on, I won't let you touch even a finger of mine. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. Qin Yu looked at the two of them coldly, and then turned to leave. Qi Dong and Chen Chang looked at Qin Yu's back with an ugly expression, not daring to move at all. In that instant, they felt something they had never felt before from Qin Yu, a killing intent. If it was any other Morning Star disciple, even if they had the strength, they might not dare to kill the two of them. But Qin Yu was different. She was a woman with a dead heart. She could do anything without fear. Back then, she was willing to give up on herself, and now that she had the intention to rebel, she would naturally be unrestrained. Would such a woman not dare to kill? Damn it! This little hussy is going against the heavens. When we get back, we must make her suffer. Isn't she just at the early profound ascension stage? What's so great about her? Chen Chang spat fiercely, and turned to look at Qi Dong. With our background, it'll be easy to find a few experts outside the academy in Morning Star City. Qi Dong, do you want to do it? No. Qi Dong shook his head decisively. Why? I remember that you're quite brave. When did you become so cowardly that you're even afraid of a profound ascension stage hussy? Chen Chang said in surprise. I'm brave, but I'm not stupid. Qi Dong looked at him and curled his lips. Of course, there's no need to be afraid of a mere Qin Yu. But now that she has Lin Yi on her side, are you afraid? Chapter 49-61. It could even be said that in front of Lin Yi, he didn't even have the right to speak. With just a glance of dissatisfaction, he would die a horrible death. Moreover, Lin Yi didn't even need to do it himself. His father would have already kidnapped him to apologize. A big shot like Lin Yi wouldn't be interested in such a broken shoe, right? Chen Chang frowned. The difference between Lin Yi and Qin Yu was like heaven and earth, and Lin Yi didn't lack women by his side. Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaotao, and even Hui Yudi from the Morning Pride Academy. Which one of them wasn't better than Qin Yu? How did these two end up together? I don't think so, but you saw it too. He just called that coquettish hussy to his room. Who knows if he'll suddenly have a taste? Qi Dong shrugged helplessly. This. Chen Chang was terrified. If Qin Yu really managed to get a super big backer like Lin Yi, even if it was just once, they definitely couldn't provoke her again. Otherwise, if they really made Lin Yi unhappy, they wouldn't even know how they died. But the two of them had been with Qin Yu for so long, and they were extremely unwilling to let her go just like that. To be honest, they were still very infatuated with Qin Yu. After all, in terms of beauty, Qin Yu was considered first class. Even if she couldn't compare to Wang Xinyan, she wasn't too far off. In the entire Morning Star Academy, there really weren't many beauties that could compare to her. Let's wait and see. I reckon that Lin Yi won't stay in our academy for too long. When he leaves, the tea will cool down. At that time, Qin Yu still won't be able to escape from our palms. Qi Dong said in a low voice. That's all we can do for now. Chen Chang nodded in agreement. Naturally, no one heard the conversation between the two of them hiding in the corner. In fact, even if Lin Yi heard it, he wouldn't care. With Qing Danzi's protection and Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao's help, if Qin Yu still couldn't get rid of them, it could only mean that she was too weak. Even Lin Yi couldn't help her in every aspect. She could only rely on herself in the future. The next morning, the Morning Star Academy's treasured ship was bustling with activity. Li Ren was leading a group of Morning Star disciples to pack up. Prepare to set sail immediately. Although Lin Yi had told him to spread the rumor that he was going to the Morning Star Academy earlier to lure the enemy, he could not go back on his word. Since the rumor had been spread, he had to carry it out seriously. Furthermore, he did not manage to kill Chang Minggui last night, and being able to return to Morning Star Academy a few days earlier was a good thing for Lin Yi, as he did not have to stay here in fear. The departure of the treasured ship was not something that could be done with just a roar. All kinds of preparation work were very complicated, especially since the defensive array had just been repaired. He still needed some time to test it. Otherwise, if he were to recklessly head out to sea only to discover that the protective formation had failed, then he would be in big trouble. Lin Yi was chatting with Xinyan and the girls on the deck as they made their final preparations. It was then that Zhuang Yifan boarded the ship himself, cupping his hands. Master Lin, your earth-solidifying pill is truly effective. I can't thank you enough. Oh. Lin Yi looked him up and down again, noticing that Zhuang Yifan's complexion was much better than before, and he no longer looked like he was suffering from a lack of blood. It seemed that after taking the earth-solidifying pill last night, his injuries had completely healed. Not only that, but Zhuang Yifan's aura now seemed to be restless, a sign that he was not far from breaking through. If it were not for such a strong foundation, Zhuang Yifan would not have forcefully broken through to the peak of the late stage of the earth creation realm. Now that the earth-solidifying pill had healed the old injuries in his body, and at the same time, it had greatly stabilized his strength. Who knew, he might be able to advance even further in a short period of time. Then I really have to congratulate President Zhuang. You have made great progress. Congratulations. Lin Yi cupped his hands with a smile. It's all Master Lin's credit. If it were not for you, how could I have gotten rid of such a huge threat? Master Lin is really my benefactor. Zhuang Yifan laughed. President Zhuang, you are too kind, Lin Yi said lightly. Not at all. Speaking of which, I am very ashamed. Master Lin helped me so much, but I can't give him anything in return. Just thinking about it makes me feel ashamed. Zhuang Yifan smiled bitterly. In the Mystic Sea region, asking any Mystic Level 1 alchemist to refine pills for him would require a huge price. This price could not be measured in spirit jades. Most of the time, one could only barter, or do something for the other party to repay. Zhuang Yifan received the earth-solidifying pill from Lin Yi, but he did not give him the corresponding treasure, nor did he specifically do anything for Lin Yi. In fact, it was against the rules. You are too kind. Compared to refining pills, President Zhuang has helped me a lot more. I will remember it all, and I dare not forget it, Lin Yi said seriously. He was not just being polite. Not only did Zhuang Yifan help him suppress the crime of causing trouble in the Alliance's territory, he also stopped Chang Minggui at the banquet yesterday. On top of that, he also promised to matchmake the Qinxing and Qinzhou academies. With so many things added together, it was more than enough to make up for the price of one earth-solidifying pill. These small things are not worth mentioning. How can they be compared to something as important as refining pills? Master Lin, please don't embarrass me. Zhuang Yifan pretended to be ashamed, but in reality, he was very happy. These were all small things he'd done in passing, but each and every one of them counted as a favor, and the weight of it all added up wasn't light at all. Lin Yi remembered him, and that in itself was already a benefit to him. These are small things in President Zhuang's eyes, but to me, it is a matter of life and death. Don't be too humble, President Zhuang. Lin Yi smiled. It's not that I'm being humble, but Master Lin is being too polite. Zhuang Yifan was now determined to build a good relationship with Lin Yi. His attitude was very humble and sincere. After all, this was not an ordinary mystic first-level alchemist, but an alchemist who had the chance to become a mystic second-level alchemist. He still had many things to rely on in the future. Alright, we don't have to be so polite anymore, it's too distant. I feel like we've known each other for a long time, why don't we be friends from the same generation? What do you think, Headmaster Zhuang? Lin Yi suggested. Good. Master Lin's words are exactly what I wanted. To have a friend like you, Master Lin, is my honor. Zhuang Yifan was overjoyed. President Zhuang, that's not right. I just said that we'll be friends, and you're being polite again. Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. He pretended to be angry. Friends should be straightforward. President Zhuang, if you continue like this, I won't be able to be friends with you. Chapter 4962. That's more like it. Since we're friends, we can't just call each other Master Lin anymore. From now on, President Zhuang, you can call me by my full name, or you can call me little brother, Lin Yi said with a smile. Alright, I'll call you Brother Lin then, but since that's the case, you don't have to call me Chairman Zhuang anymore, since we're of the same senior, just call me Big Bro Zhuang. How's that? Zhuang Yifan took advantage of the situation. You've always been the big bro, Lin Yi laughed heartily. The two were trying to get closer to each other, and in just a few sentences, they were already calling each other brother. Zhuang Yifan was many times older than Lin Yi, but he always maintained the appearance of a young man, and the two really did look like brothers when they stood together. After getting closer to Lin Fan, Zhuang Yifan didn't try to hide anything anymore and said directly, Brother Lin, there's something I've wanted to ask you since last night, but I was afraid it would be rude. Since we're friends now, I'll be frank with you. How confident are you in breaking through to become a mystic second-level alchemist? That's hard to say, although I feel like I'm 70 to 80% confident, it's hard to say until I succeed. Don't you think so, Big Bro Zhuang? Lin Yi smiled faintly. That's true. Zhuang Yifan nodded. He couldn't help but feel overjoyed at Lin Yi's confidence. 80% confident, didn't that mean he had a high chance of success? If anyone else had boasted like this, Zhuang Yifan would have scoffed at it, but Lin Yi was different. The earth fortification pill from before had already proven his skills, not to mention that he was the disciple of the Dan god Zhang Liju. Breaking through to the second level of the mystic class was just a matter of time. It wasn't something to be surprised about. From what Big Bro Zhuang said, do you need a mystic second-level pill? Lin Yi asked. That's right. I won't hide it from you. After taking your earth consolidating pill, I've recovered to my peak. I'm only one step away from breaking through to the peak of the late stage of the earth opening realm. After that, I'll be at the great completion of the earth opening realm, Zhuang Yifan admitted. That's a good thing. Once you reach Earth Creation Great Circle, Big Brother Zhuang will be able to attack the sea-splitting stage. Lin Yi couldn't help but feel eager when he said that. Reaching the sea-splitting stage meant that it was not far from the 5-poison flood dragon and the giant electric eel that he had seen before. It was a pity that Lin Yi himself was only at the early profound ascension stage. Not to mention the sea-splitting stage, he was still a long way from the mountain opening stage. Yes, that is indeed the case. However, it is very difficult to break through to the sea-splitting stage by relying on your own strength. You will also need the assistance of medicinal pills. Zhuang Yifan frowned slightly. What pill? As far as I know, after reaching the nascent soul stage, medicinal pills are no longer able to be used to break through to the next realm, right? Lin Yi asked curiously. And the medicinal pill I am talking about is called the Sea Giant Pill. It is not used to break through the barrier. In fact, it is just a kind of auxiliary medicinal pill, just like the Profound Thunder Pill. Zhuang Yifan saw that Lin Yi didn't quite understand, so he explained, when you break through to the Profound Ascension stage, you need to use the Profound Thunder Pill to resist the Thunder Tribulation, but it is not necessary to use the Profound Thunder Pill. If you are strong enough, you can rely on your own strength to endure it. The same goes for the Sea Giant Pill. It is not necessary, but it can make the breakthrough smoother, that's all. Lin Yi was a little stunned. In other words, the Sea Giant Pill itself could not be used to break through to the sea-splitting stage. The entire process of breaking through still depended on personal strength. The Sea Giant Pill was just like the Profound Thunder Pill. It could provide a better breakthrough environment. So, is it possible that when breaking through to the sea-splitting stage, there will also be heaven's wrath like the thunder tribulation? Lin Yi asked. That's not it. Once heaven's wrath is enough. How could it come every time? Otherwise, wouldn't the heavens be too busy? Zhuang Yifan smiled and explained, the sea giant pill is not used to resist heaven's wrath. It is a miraculous medicinal pill used to transform our physical body. It can transform our dantian into a wider Dan Sea, and this Dan Sea is the first step to breaking through to the sea-splitting stage. So that's how it is. Then this Dan Sea can only be formed by taking the sea giant pill. Lin Yi asked again. During this time, the ghost had been in seclusion, so he had no one to ask this question to. He could only keep Zhuang Yifan. Not necessarily. In fact, even if we don't use the sea giant pill, we can still use our own strength to transform it bit by bit. However, this process is very difficult and long. If we are a little lacking in talent and willpower, it will be very difficult to succeed. Some people, even if they succeed in the end, will miss the opportunity to break through because it takes too long. They will never be able to break through again in their lifetime. But by taking the sea giant pill, we can skip this long stage. Zhuang Yifan patiently answered every question. Thank you Big Brother Zhuang for answering my question. Presumably, this sea giant pill should be a mystic second rank pill, right? Lin Yi guessed. That's right. This kind of pill can't be bought in the entire yellow class C. We can only prepare the materials and ask someone to help us refine it. However, it is very difficult to find a mystic second rank pill master. Even in the mystic class C, they are very rare existences, let alone in the yellow class C. So I can only place my hopes on you, Big Brother Lin. Zhuang Yifan smiled bitterly. Looking at the entire yellow class C, there was only one mystic first rank pill master, Zhang Zili. Now that he was beaten half to death by Lin Yi, Zhuang Yifan couldn't find anyone to help him. As for going to the mystic class C to find someone, it wasn't impossible, but the problem was that he didn't know any mystic second rank pill masters. Why would they help him refine pills for no reason? So, Lin Yi, who was about to break through to the mystic second rank pill master, became his only hope. This was the original reason why he was so polite to Lin Yi. Otherwise, as a great master in the late stage of the earth opening realm, even if he was polite, he wouldn't put himself in such a low position. At least, he wouldn't call Lin Yi a brother. Since Big Brother Zhuang values me so much, then I must not let Big Brother Zhuang down. When I successfully break through to the mystic second rank one day, Big Brother Zhuang's sea giant pill will be on me. Lin Yi immediately promised. He believed that with the conditions of the godly armament cauldron, refining the sea giant pill shouldn't be difficult. First the solid earth pill, then the sea giant pill. In this way, Zhuang Yifan would definitely value him more. At that time, Zhuang Yifan might already be a master in the sea-splitting stage. This was a real super help, how could Lin Yi let it go? Chapter 4963. Thank you, Brother Zhuang. Lin Yi was also overjoyed. If he had gotten Zhuang Yifan's promise last night, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort to plot against Chang Minggui, and he wouldn't have failed in the end. As long as Zhuang Yifan was willing to make a move, even 10 Chang Minggui wouldn't be enough to kill him. But thinking about it, it was only because Zhuang Yifan had taken the earth's solid pill that this could happen. This was human nature. Since the first time we met, I've felt regret for not having met earlier. Now this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. Come, let's have a drink to celebrate. At the same time, we can also send Brother Lin off, Zhuang Yifan suggested. Okay, I'll get someone to arrange it. Lin Yi immediately called Li Ren over. Since they hadn't left the port yet, he might as well strike while the iron was hot and get closer to Zhuang Yifan. After all, he would be a powerful ally in the future. But before the food and wine were served, there was a commotion outside the ship. The familiar howling wind from last night came again. Lin Yi and Zhuang Yifan were startled. Could it be that Chang Minggui had returned? Lin brat, come out and accept your death. A ferocious voice echoed outside the ship. It was indeed Chang Minggui. When Lin Yi heard this voice, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. He was worried that this guy wouldn't leave him alone. He didn't expect him to deliver himself to his doorstep. Coincidentally, Zhuang Yifan had just threatened him, so this guy was simply there to test Zhuang Yifan. Let's go out and take a look. Zhuang Yifan's face darkened, and he immediately led the way out of the cabin. At this time, there was a giant ghost-eyed golden eagle hovering in the air with Chang Minggui standing on its back. Apart from him, there was another person, a middle-aged man with long hair and a black beard. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi, Lu Ziyu, and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. Chang Minggui himself was not someone to be trifled with, but the middle-aged man standing next to him had an aura that was far above his own. The feeling he gave off wasn't that of a mountain opening master at all, but an earth opening master on the same level as Zhuang Yifan. Chang Tianwen. Zhuang Yifan's eyelids twitched, and he called out the middle-aged man's name. He, it's been many years. How have you been, Zhuang Yifan? Chang Tianwen's face was filled with mockery and complacency. It seemed like the two of them had some sort of conflict before. At the very least, they were definitely not on the same path. Why are you here instead of staying in the Xian Grade C region? This is the territory of the Golden Steppe Academy Alliance. According to the rules, you have to notify us before you enter. Don't you think it's a bit rude to barge in like this? Zhuang Yifan said in a low voice. After so many years, President Zhuang is still as heartless as ever. For people at our level, what use are these rules? Lin Yi was Tianwen. Lin Yi. Zhuang Chen him, Zhuang, Chen Yi, Yifan, and Yi, he said. Lin, Chang Chen Yifan, who was Yi, who, Chen. With Chen, Lin Chen, Chen, and Lin Chen, and have the Lin. Hearing this, Lin Yi and the others realized that this person was Chang Minggui's brother. Chang Minggui was looking for his parents after suffering a loss. As expected, mountain opening late-stage experts were people too, and they thought the same as ordinary people. This is their own personal fight, and it was clearly stated in advance that the Academy's alliance does not need to interfere, nor can we. They can only blame themselves for being weak if they suffer a loss. Who else can they blame? Zhuang Yifan snorted mercilessly. Blame themselves. That's what you mean, right? But I don't believe it. A mere mysterious ascending stage can defeat a mountain opening early stage expert. This is unheard of in the Xian Grade C region. Could it be that there are more hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this small place? I suspect that you, Zhuang Yifan, are behind this. Chang Tianwen sneered. Is that so? Looks like you're not here to seek justice, but to stir up trouble. However, I'm curious about one thing. Back in the Mystic Sea, you were my defeated opponent. Where did you get the confidence to stir up trouble in my territory? Did you break through again? Zhuang Yifan stared coldly at Chang Tianwen. Chang Tianwen shook his head. Chang Tianwen's expression was one of disbelief. Hearing this, Chang Tianwen's face darkened. Losing to Zhuang Yifan in the Xian Grade C region was the greatest humiliation of his life. It was a scar that no one could open. Don't try to deceive yourself with stupid words like, I lost to you. If I hadn't underestimated my opponent, how could you, Zhuang Yifan, become the Academy Alliance leader? Chang Tianwen curled his lips in disdain. If that's the case, then I have to thank you for showing mercy back then. Zhuang Yifan sneered. Chang Tianwen's face darkened. Chang Tianwen's expression became more and more unsightly. He had always felt that he was stronger than Zhuang Yifan, be it in terms of background or strength. Back then, when people compared the two of them, he was dismissive and even said that Zhuang Yifan was no match for him. In the end, after they fought, he found out that he was no match for Zhuang Yifan. The mocking looks from the crowd at that time still made him feel extremely humiliated, and he took it to heart. After becoming the Academy Alliance leader, your strength didn't improve, but your mouth has become a lot sharper. Congratulations. Chang Tianwen sneered and said, "This Lin kid is mine today. Zhuang Yifan, if you're not the one behind this, you won't stop me, right? After all, according to what you just said, this is a private matter between him and us, isn't it? Whether it's a private matter or not, it's not up to you to decide. My brother Lin has to say it himself. As long as he doesn't agree, then he will be a part of the Academy Alliance. I can guarantee that you won't be able to touch him," Zhuang Yifan said lightly. "Brother Lin. You, Zhuang Yifan, are a late-stage Earth Creation Realm Master, and you're talking to a kid as your peer. Don't you feel ashamed?" Chang Tianwen laughed. Seeing that Zhuang Yifan was still unmoved, Chang Tianwen said coldly, "So you're protecting him?" "That's right." Zhuang Yifan nodded without hesitation. Even if he didn't have a grudge with Chang Tianwen, there was no way he would let Lin Yi fall into Chang Tianwen's hands. After all, Lin Yi was his biggest hope of breaking through to the sea-splitting realm. Then there's nothing more to say. I didn't want to take advantage of you, but you forced my hand. Chang Tianwen laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, a monstrous pressure suddenly pressed down from the sky. The huge Morning Star treasure ship sank, and a large part of it was pressed down by this incomparably powerful pressure. The originally calm sea became turbulent. Chapter 49-64. Alright, I'll wash away my shame today and let you see what I, Chang Tianwen, am capable of. Chang Tianwen laughed and chased after him. Both of them were experts in the late stage of the Earth-opening realm. Once they got serious, their power would definitely be able to destroy heaven and earth. Not to mention the dock beneath their feet, even the entire Thunder Plain Island would be affected. That was a consequence that neither of them could afford to bear. Hence, the two of them could only fight on the vast sea. Only there could they display their strength without any worries. The two of them quickly disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving only Chang Minggui and Lin Yi's group. Town leader Chang, the two of them have already made their move. Shouldn't we fight again? We didn't fight to our heart's content last night, right? Lin Yi raised his head and looked at Chang Minggui. You'll die later. There's no need to be so impatient. Chang Minggui's expression was unmoved. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Yi, but not now. After all, news of what had happened here would spread out very quickly, and the mountain opening stage experts from the Alliance's guard team would arrive very soon. If Lu Ziyu, a middle mountain opening stage expert, was added to the mix, he would not even have the slightest chance of victory, and he might not even be able to escape. The arrogant and despotic town leader Chang also has times when you're afraid. Could it be that you're afraid that your clan brother won't be able to defeat President Zhuang, so you're afraid that he'll come back to settle the score? Lin Yi smiled lightly. Kid, don't be too happy yet. Since I specifically asked my clan brother to come here, then my clan brother naturally has the confidence to deal with Zhuang Yifan. Once Zhuang Yifan is defeated, your life or death will be in my hands. If I were you, I wouldn't waste my saliva trying to be brave. Instead, I'd quickly think about how to plead for mercy later. Chang Minggui smiled coldly. From what you've said, town leader Chang seems to have a lot of confidence in your clan brother. But from what the two of them said just now, how could he have been defeated by President Zhuang back then? Lin Yi said lightly. That was then, and this is now. My clan brother was defeated once, but that doesn't mean he will be defeated again. Chang Minggui looked down at Lin Yi and said, You people don't know yet, but Zhuang Yifan and my brother are both late-stage earth opening experts. But this time, Zhuang Yifan will lose because he is injured. How did you know? Lin Yi looked at him with interest. This kind of thing was top secret, and Zhuang Yifan would not easily reveal it. Otherwise, his enemies would come knocking on his door, and Lin Yi would have a headache. This kind of thing only benefits me, so there's no harm in telling you. Zhuang Yifan asked my wife to concoct the Earth Consolidation Pill, which is a Mystic Level 1 pill specifically used for healing injuries. If he wasn't injured, why would he spend so much money to hire someone to concoct such an obscure pill? Zhuang Yifan said proudly. So that's how it is. No wonder Commander Chang is so confident. Lin Yi smiled, then looked at him and said, but I have bad news. President Zhuang told me today that his injuries have all healed, and he has returned to his peak condition. I'm afraid your plan is too late. Bullshit. His injuries can only be cured with the Earth Consolidation Pill, and my wife is the only Mystic Level 1 alchemist in the entire Yellow Class C. Where did he get the Earth Consolidation Pill? Kid, even if you want to bluff, you better use your brain first. Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Chang Mingue looked at Lin Yi as if he was looking at an idiot. Oh. Does Commander Chang not know that I am a Mystic Level alchemist? Lin Yi pretended to be surprised. You? Chang Mingue was stunned. He really didn't know about this. His first reaction was that this kid was just bluffing. He immediately sneered, how can a little kid like you be a mystic grade first level alchemist? Kid, don't make me laugh. I really didn't think that Mayor Chang would be so uninformed. Even if you haven't heard of this, don't you think it's strange that someone of Guild Master Zhuang's level would treat a junior like me so differently? Lin Yi smiled, not minding it at all. Ah. Chang Mingue was stunned. To be honest, he also thought it was strange that Zhuang Yifan would be so protective of this unknown kid. Rumor had it that he was from the North Island. Before, he thought he was a relative of Zhuang Yifan, but now it seemed that he was a first-level mystic stage alchemist. I don't need anyone to prove that I'm telling the truth. We'll know once we wait here. Lin Yi smiled faintly as he ordered Li Ren to set up a table on the deck. He called Xinyan and the girls over to have breakfast, completely disregarding Chang Mingue, a late-phase mountain master, in his eyes. Chang Mingue was so angry that he almost fell off the ghost-eyed golden eagle's back. After a while, he snorted, then we'll see. The atmosphere was tense, but neither Lin Yi nor Chang Mingue had the intention to fight the other head-on. They could only engage in a meaningless war of words, because they knew that the decision wasn't up to them. Once Zhuang Yifan and Chang Tianwen finished their fight, the dust would settle on their side as well. Of course, there was another important reason why they weren't fighting right now, and that was that neither of them had enough confidence in taking down the other. Chang Mingue didn't dare take the risk of being surrounded by the Alliance's guards, while Lin Yi was purely at his wits' end. At least from last night's exchange, he and Lu Ziyu weren't a threat to Chang Mingue with their strength. The two sides fell into a stalemate. Lin Yi brought the girls to eat and chat, while Chang Mingue could only watch from the sky. Half an hour later, Zhuang Yifan and Chang Tianwen suddenly appeared in the sky above the crowd. There were no signs of injury on their bodies, but their auras were completely different. Zhuang Yifan was still as calm as ever, while Chang Tianwen was clearly in a state of confusion. It was obvious that he was at a disadvantage in the earlier exchange. Brother, how is it? Chang Mingue asked quickly. Let's go. Chang Tianwen's face was pale. He used his pure energy to wrap up the ghost-eyed golden eagle and Chang Mingue, disappearing into the thick clouds. Congratulations, Brother Zhuang. It looks like you've won. Lin Yi smiled at Zhuang Yifan. Chapter 4965. Thank you for helping me out, Brother Zhuang. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have died today. Lin Yi cupped his hands in gratitude. He could still think of a way to trick Chang Minggui, but against someone like Chang Tianwen, even the most exquisite of schemes would be useless. Chang Tianwen could kill you with just a finger, so what was the use of schemes? Brother Lin, what are you talking about? With our relationship, do you think I'd just sit back and do nothing? Zhuang Yifan waved his hand and sighed. It's a pity that I can't help you take care of Chang Minggui today. Chang Tianwen is a late-stage earth creation expert, after all. Even if I could defeat him, I wouldn't dare to kill him. Otherwise, if he were to fight to the death, all of you would be in trouble. I can't take that risk. It's fine. I'm already very grateful that Brother Zhuang could help me survive today. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. He was determined to leave the eastern continent as soon as possible. If Chang Minggui and Chang Tianwen made a comeback, none of the experts he knew would be able to stop them except for Zhuang Yifan. Even the Morning Star 3 would be useless. Only by leaving the eastern continent would they be able to survive. Yes, but you don't have to worry too much. I've already sent word to Chang Tianwen. If he dares to touch you, I'll personally go to the Mystic Sea and fight him for another 300 rounds. I believe he won't do anything in the short term. However, it's hard to say for Chang Minggui. He's arrogant and unruly, and he suffered a great loss at your hands. I don't think he'll give up just like that. You have to be careful in the future, Zhuang Yifan reminded. Thank you, Brother Zhuang. Lin Yi nodded. At this time, Li Rin came to report that everything was ready, and they could set sail at any time. Lin Yi immediately bid farewell to Zhuang Yifan. Zhuang Yifan had wanted to ask Lin Yi to stay for a few more days, but the situation was different now. Every day that Lin Yi stayed here meant that he would be in more danger when he returned in the future, so Zhuang Yifan did not urge him to stay. Apart from that, Lin Yi had another matter to attend to, which was to bid farewell to Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi. Although Zhuang Yifan had stepped forward to vouch for them, and the reconciliation between the Morning Star and Morning Pride Academies was already set in stone, the two of them could not just follow Lin Yi to the Morning Star Academy. Moreover, Lu Ziyu was the person in charge of the Morning Pride Academy's team, and could only return after all the disciples of the Morning Pride Academy had gathered. However, according to Lin Yi's plan, after he returned to the Morning Star Academy to settle some matters, he would soon return to the Soaring Cloud Academy and the Morning Pride Academy before leaving the Eastern Continent. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before they met again, so he wouldn't be too reluctant to part with Hui Yudi. Everything was ready. Under the gazes of Zhuang Yifan and the others, the Morning Star treasure ship slowly set sail amidst the low and melodious bugle call. At the same time, on the back of the ghost-eyed golden condor, Chang Minggui finally mustered up the courage to ask carefully, "Clan brother, did you fight with Zhuang Yifan?" Chang Tianwen snorted, instantly angered at the mention of this matter. He pointed at Chang Minggui's nose and said angrily, "What did you say to me before? You said that Zhuang Yifan was injured, and that it was so serious that he had to use a solid earth pill to stabilize his cultivation level. But when I fought with him just now, I found that he was in peak condition, and even stronger than before. How do you explain that?" This time, he agreed to fight Zhuang Yifan on the condition that Zhuang Yifan was injured. Otherwise, he knew that he was no match for Zhuang Yifan, and he wouldn't have come all the way from the Mystic Sea region to get beaten up. This time, he was completely tricked by Chang Minggui. "Calm down, clan brother. I didn't think of this either. Zhuang Yifan tried every possible way to get my wife to help him refine the solid earth pill. Who would have thought that the Lin brat was also a mystic first-rank alchemist? Zhuang Yifan already obtained the solid earth pill from him, and his injuries suddenly healed." Chang Minggui said weakly with his head drooped. Luckily this is his territory, and Zhuang Yifan was afraid that I would destroy his alliance branch. Otherwise, he would have been in deep trouble this time. You didn't even get such important information. You can't do anything right, but you're more than good at spoiling things. Chang Tianwen glared at him with dissatisfaction. Calm down, clan brother. This time, it was indeed my fault. I've caused you trouble. Chang Minggui quickly apologized. Seeing that Chang Tianwen's expression had eased a little, he carefully said, in the end, this time, it was Lin Yi's fault. If he didn't refine the solid earth pill for Zhuang Yifan, how could Zhuang Yifan be your opponent? According to what you've said, that brat really is a talent. He's a mystic first-rank alchemist at such a young age, and he can even defeat a mountain-opening early-stage expert at the Mystic Ascendant early stage. This brat is extraordinary. If we don't nip him in the bud, you'll be in big trouble in the future. Chang Tianwen nodded. Clan brother, you're right. That's why I don't think this matter can be dragged on. But it looks like that brat will return to Morning Star Academy soon. Should we chase after him and kill him? Chang Minggui suggested. That's your own business. What are you talking to me about? Chang Tianwen glanced at him, as if he had nothing to do with it. Ugh. I need you to help me with this. I can't handle it alone. Even though Morning Star Academy doesn't have a master like Zhuang Yifan, the 3 Morning Star leaders are not to be trifled with. I have no chance of winning against the 3 of them alone. I need you to suppress them. Otherwise, we can only watch that brat Lin Yi get away with it. Chang Minggui begged. If you can't even handle such a small matter, what use do you have? Chang Tianwen looked at him and said in the same tone, I can still help you deal with Zhuang Yifan. He's an earth-opening late-stage expert after all. You want me to lower myself to deal with a Mystic Ascendant early-stage brat? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You may be shameless, but I'm not. But Chang Minggui wanted to argue. After all, he didn't have the confidence to face the 3 Morning Star leaders alone no matter how arrogant he was. No buts. This matter ends here. As for whether or not you can kill that Lin Yi, that's your own business. It has nothing to do with me. Do you understand what I mean? Chang Tianwen frowned. Chang Minggui choked for a moment, then finally nodded. Since Chang Tianwen was determined not to help him deal with Lin Yi, he could only rely on himself. No matter what, he had to find an opportunity to try. Otherwise, he would not be satisfied. 3 days later, Lin Yi and the others returned to Morning Star Academy without any incident. Ling Yuanqing led the higher-ups of the academy to put on the grandest display to welcome them. Among them, Lin Yi was undoubtedly the protagonist. Chapter 4966. If it was in the past, even if Ling Yuanqing wasn't angry at such a terrible result, he wouldn't be in the mood to personally welcome them. But this time was different. Although the result of the trial wasn't ideal, because of Lin Yi, the benefits that Morning Star Academy received were much greater than the path of the tyrant trial. Needless to say, just the fact that Morning Star Academy was able to sit at the main table at the celebration banquet was already a huge credit to Lin Yi. This meant that Morning Star Academy would receive the support of Zhuang Yifan, and becoming a super golden class academy was only a matter of time. This was something that Ling Yuanqing hadn't been able to do for decades. Other than that, the news of Lin Yi asking Zhuang Yifan to speak up for the 2 academies had spread as well. While it was inevitable that there would be all sorts of discussions within the academies, it was still a great achievement no matter what. Anyone with foresight could see that this was a win-win situation for both academies, and it was a rare occasion for both academies. Master Lin, you've worked hard this time. On behalf of everyone, I thank you for everything you've done for Morning Star Academy. You'll always be our benefactor. Ling Yuanqing said emotionally. Dean Ling, you're too kind. I've been troubling the academy for so long, it's only right that I do something for the academy. Lin Yi said humbly. Master Lin, I have a presumptuous request. I'd like you to be the honorary dean of Morning Star Academy. Would you be willing? Ling Yuanqing suddenly suggested. This. Lin Yi, Wang Xinyan, and Huang Xiaotao looked at each other. There were quite a few people here who were related to him. It wouldn't be a bad thing to have the title of an honorary dean. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Since Dean Ling is so kind, then it would be impolite of me to refuse. All right, I've already prepared a celebration banquet. It's to celebrate Master Lin's achievements, and also to celebrate the new honorary dean. Master Lin, please. Ling Yuanqing said immediately. Dean Ling, please. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. He could clearly see that Ling Yuanqing's attitude had become more polite this time. He felt a little helpless, but he knew that this was unavoidable. After all, even someone like Zhuang Yifan had to treat him as an equal. How could Ling Yuanqing continue to be arrogant? Otherwise, even if he didn't object, Zhuang Yifan's expression would probably be ugly. What comforted Lin Yi, however, was that the divine nun of the East Sea's attitude towards him hadn't changed at all. After all, she was a peaceful monk, and also Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao's teacher. If even the divine nun of the East Sea changed her attitude, Lin Yi would really be in trouble. At the celebration banquet, other than Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao, the three powerhouses of the Morning Star Academy and Qing Danzi were at the same table with Lin Yi. Li Ren, as the leader of the libation, was also at the last seat. He didn't have the right, but he had done a great service, so it was a reward. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Yi suddenly asked Qing Danzi, who was sitting on his left, Qing Danzi, have you solved the problem you encountered with alchemy? It's solved, it's completely solved. The last few times I've refined pills, it hasn't happened again. Master, you really have a good eye. I've learned a lot. Qing Danzi said excitedly. He couldn't be blamed for being so excited. He had only followed Lin Yi's instructions and changed a small habit, and his success rate immediately increased by several times. It was equivalent to decades of hard work. Having an expert to guide you really made a difference. He was originally the chief alchemist of the academy, and now that the problem was solved, he could become one of the best among the 7th-rank alchemists. His next step was to look forward to becoming a mystic alchemist. Although there was a huge gap between a yellow-rank alchemist and a mystic alchemist, even if he reached the peak of the 7th rank, it didn't mean that he had the confidence to become a mystic alchemist. But this was the most basic prerequisite. If he couldn't even reach the peak of the 7th rank, then he couldn't even think about becoming a mystic alchemist. But now, Qing Danzi at least had the qualifications to fantasize about it. This in itself was a gratifying improvement. That's good. In the future, concentrate on practicing and simulating the alchemy fire of various elements. This is the most important basic skill to become a mystic alchemist. You can't be careless. This was Lin Yi's own experience from refining the solid earth pill a few days ago. Although he couldn't share the godly armament cauldron, he still had to teach him what he could. Yes, thank you, Master, for your teachings. This disciple will remember it. Qing Danzi was overjoyed. Although he had long believed that Lin Yi was a mystic alchemist, he never thought that he would be able to receive Lin Yi's wholehearted teachings so quickly. This really made him overjoyed. Before, Lin Yi's casual words had solved the problem that had troubled him for many years. Now, his words were full of gold. It had to be said that when he desperately wanted to be Lin Yi's disciple, it seemed unbelievably impulsive to others. But now it seemed that it was absolutely a wise and far-sighted move. Oh right, is there an alchemist called Jing Dongxing in the academy? Lin Yi asked. Jing Dongxing. Qing Danzi was a little surprised that Lin Yi would suddenly ask about this person. But he still answered truthfully, yes, there is such a person. He is our academy's number 2 alchemist. He is also a 7th-rank alchemist. It's just that he recently went out to visit his relatives, so he's not in the academy. So that's how it is. Lin Yi thought to himself. No wonder he had never seen this person before. Otherwise, if Xing Dongxing was really in the academy, he would have already come to pay his respects. After all, even the chief alchemist, Qing Danzi, had become his disciple, let alone a second-rank alchemist like him. Master, do you have any problems? Do you want me to find someone to call him back? Qing Danzi asked. He was the chief alchemist, and could be considered the boss of all the alchemists in the academy. Even Xing Dongxing had to listen to his orders. Although they were both 7th-rank alchemists, their alchemy abilities differed greatly. Qing Danzi was at least 3 Xing Dongxings, otherwise he would not have been able to sit firmly in his position as the chief alchemist. That's not necessary. I was just casually asking. Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. With his current position, he could make Xing Dongxing suffer with just one word, but Lin Yi wasn't that domineering. First, Qin Yu's matter was related to Xing Tingguang. As Xing Tingguang's father, Xing Dongxing was at most not strict enough to discipline his son. Chapter 49-67. Oh, Qing Danzi nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any further. Qing Danzi, I'll be leaving the East Continent soon, so there's something I need to tell you, Lin Yi said. Qing Danzi wasn't surprised at all. In his eyes, even a mystic wouldn't be able to accommodate a god like Lin Yi, let alone a mere golden academy. A master like Lin Yi would have to be like the Dan god Zhongliju, a dragon that never showed its head or tail. That was the style of a master. Master, you're talking about the Hong Commerce, right? No need to worry, I'll cooperate with shopkeeper Chai. I don't dare say much about other things, but in terms of high-grade elixirs, I can guarantee that no one in Morning Star City can beat him. Qing Danzi promised confidently. He indeed had this confidence, even without Lin Yi's guidance, he was still the chief elixir refiner, let alone now. Alright, I'll have to trouble you with this. Lin Yi smiled and continued, but that's not what I need to tell you, there's something else I need to tell you. I have a friend here called Qin Yu, and she was bullied before. She doesn't have a strong background, so I want you to take care of her. Yes, master. Qing Danzi agreed without hesitation, and after thinking for a while, he said, then do you want me to warn Xing Dongxing? After all, they were both smart people, and although Lin Yi didn't say it explicitly, he could guess that the bullying of Qin Yu had something to do with Xing Dongxing, or else Lin Yi wouldn't have asked this question. No need, you just need to take care of her, don't be distracted by these unnecessary things, work hard to become a mystic refiner. Lin Yi waved his hand, and added, Qin Yu is already at the early stages of profound ascension, and she won't be staying in Morning Star Academy for too long. Besides, Xan Yen and Xiao Tao will be helping her by her side. You just have to spread the news, and there shouldn't be any trouble. Yes, I understand. Qing Danzi nodded. After settling matters with Qing Danzi, Lin Yi bade farewell to the 3 Morning Star powerhouses. Ling Yuanqing and the others tried their best to persuade him to stay, but they also knew that Lin Yi had been targeted by Chang Minggui. Indeed, it was not convenient for him to stay for long, so they did not insist on him staying. They only asked Lin Yi to visit the Morning Star Academy when he was free, no matter what, he was still an honorary dean. In addition, Ling Yuanqing also gave Lin Yi a great benefit. That was the quota for the Academy's disciples. According to what he said, Lin Yi, as the honorary dean, could directly recommend disciples to the Morning Star Academy. This was a huge power in the Academy. For the sake of a spot to become a disciple of the East Continent Academy, the people outside would do anything to get it. It was not like Lin Yi had not seen the fiery scene of the Morning Star Academy's disciple selection. Ling Yuanqing giving him this power meant that he could easily send people to the Morning Star Academy in the future. Of course, the number of spots that would eventually be handed over to Lin Yi would definitely be very limited. Even if it was a disciple recommended by Lin Yi, he would still have to go through the final round of evaluation by the 3 Morningstar powerhouses. It was obviously impossible for ordinary Tom, Dick, or Harry to sneak in and waste cultivation resources. However, with the relationship between Lin Yi and the 3 Morningstar powerhouses, as long as the disciples' aptitude was not too bad, the 3 Morningstar powerhouses would definitely not make things difficult for the person he personally recommended. It was basically equivalent to him making the decision himself. With regards to this, Lin Yi did not hesitate to accept it with a smile. This was equivalent to paving a ready-made stepping stone for his subordinates. Even if it was just to force his seniors to think about it in the future, he had no reason to reject it. After bidding farewell to the 3 Morningstar powerhouses, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao accompanied Lin Yi to the Hong Merchant Association. Although there was nothing special that needed to be told, Honest Chai was still one of his people after all, and he naturally had to inform him before he left. Without a doubt, Honest Chai once again expressed his loyalty. With Lin Yi's stunning display at the Morningstar auction and his cooperation with Qin Danzi, he had now completely established a foothold in Morningstar City. In the Hong Merchant Association, he had also become a true lord, and his power and status were not to be underestimated. In the past, he did not have much say, but now he had enough qualifications to wave the flag for Hongzhong. If he could groom a few more subordinates like him in the future. The day when Hongzhong, the vice president, would forcefully enter the headquarters on Middle Island was not far away. After leaving the Hong Merchant Association, Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao followed Lin Yi all the way to the city gates. Lin Yi repeatedly urged them to stop before the 2 girls reluctantly stopped in their tracks. "I'm leaving now, you 2 take good care of yourselves. If there's a chance, go to the Morning Pride Academy to find Hui Yudi. The 3 of you must support each other when you go to the Mystic Sea region in the future, advance and retreat together," Lin Yi instructed. "Don't worry, we know this even without you telling us." "Oh right, when the time comes, are we going to bring your Princess Ningxue Fei along?" Wang Xinyan looked at Lin Yi with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Lin Yi rubbed his nose awkwardly. He felt a little guilty about this matter. After all, there were so many beauties who followed him without any complaints, and they never had a clear status. Now that he was engaged to Ningxue Fei, it was really too unfair to Wang Xinyan and the other girls. However, he had no other choice in that situation. He could only think of a way to make it up to them in the future. Fei Fei's strength is too low, she won't be able to go to the Mystic Sea region in the short term, but it's good for you guys to get to know each other first. Lin Yi blushed. "We know." Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao saw his expression and couldn't help but smile at each other. "All right, you 2 can go back now. We'll meet again in the future. I'll be back," Lin Yi promised. Although leaving the East Continent this time was part of the plan, it was somewhat rushed because of Chang Minggui. However, it was foreseeable that he would definitely return to the East Continent in the future. After all, the average strength of the other Heaven-tier islands was much lower than the East Continent. It was not easy for a mysterious Ascension Realm master like him to quickly improve. Only the East Continent, where there were many masters, was the best place to train. "Yes, you said it yourself. Don't let us wait for too long." Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao wrinkled their noses at the same time, their eyes a little red. Parting was always a sad thing, and they didn't know when they'd be able to see each other again after parting this time. "I won't let you guys wait for too long, I promise." Lin Yi nodded and said softly. He hugged Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao lightly and left under the gaze of the 2 girls. Chapter 49-68. As he was leaving Morningstar City, Lin Yi suddenly saw 2 familiar figures on the city wall. They were Bao Zuoliang and Su Kexing, who had disappeared on the way. At this time, the 2 of them sneakily hid on top of the city wall to watch. Su Kexing was still fine, but Bao Zuoliang was covered in injuries and looked miserable. In order to send a message to Chang Minggui, he ended up in such a miserable state. Just thinking about it made one's heart ache. This time, they finally managed to incite such a powerful expert to deal with Lin Yi, but in the end, Lin Yi was still safe and sound. This result really made the two of them feel unlucky. Bao Zuoyang's injuries were all in vain. However, Lin Yi had already grown to such a terrifying level. Even if they were not satisfied, what could they do? Could they find someone more ruthless than Chang Minggui to deal with Lin Yi? Fortunately, Lin Yi had finally left. This was the only good news for the two of them. Otherwise, they would have to live in fear in Morningstar City. If Lin Yi found out that they were the ones behind this, the consequences would be unimaginable. The two of them were not worried for no reason. In fact, Lin Yi had already guessed that they were behind this. After all, after the two of them mysteriously disappeared from Thunder Plain Island, Chang Minggui came to kill him. Even if they didn't notice it at the time, they would be able to figure it out later. Lin Yi glanced at the two of them with a faint smile and then left Morningstar City. He had no intention of dealing with these two. It was not that he couldn't, but it was not necessary. In his eyes, these two were just clowns. Not only were they not a threat to him, but they were also no threat to Wang Xinyan and the others. Morningstar Academy was almost under Lin Yi's control. Not to mention a mere Bao Zuoyang, even his father would not be able to do anything about it. Lin Yi didn't say anything on the way, and a couple of days later, he appeared in Soaring Cloud's territory. He had originally thought that it would be interesting if he met the West Mountain Almighty Being again. This was not impossible. Heretic cultivators were usually very vengeful. Since the West Mountain Almighty Being did not dare to enter Morningstar City, he might have been waiting outside. However, from the results, it seemed that Lin Yi was thinking too much. A few months had passed, and the almighty West Mountain wouldn't have been waiting outside Morningstar City for so long. After entering Soaring Cloud Academy, Lin Yi quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples. Although he wasn't a disciple of Soaring Cloud Academy, after experiencing the battle with Lang Rufin for half a month and the incident on the Path of the Giants, his reputation here was not any lower than Lang Rufin's. Lin Yi was speechless after being criticized like a panda in broad daylight. He had no choice but to escape into the newcomer's courtyard. He could only use butterfly micro-steps to escape. But before he could speak, he Yi's right. Fuck. Lin Yi was shocked. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and a 5 elements 8 trigrams murderous aura shot out. A lifelike 8 trigrams flood dragon roared and wrapped around the huge ice blade above his head. In an instant, it was crushed into pieces. Even the mountain-like blade momentum was completely offset. Rufin, don't you recognize me? Lin Yi looked at the person in the courtyard with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ah. Boss. Lang Rufin was shocked. After seeing Lin Yi's appearance, he couldn't help but blush. He had just noticed someone rushing into the newcomer's courtyard. He thought it was someone with bad intentions, so he chose to attack without hesitation. He didn't expect that person to be Lin Yi. Rufin, your strength has improved a lot. Your attack was so fast that even I was almost hit. Fortunately, my reaction was fast enough. Lin Yi smiled. Boss, you flatter me. My progress is really insignificant compared to yours. In just a few months, boss, you have grown to such a strong level. I heard that you can even defeat the giants of the mountain opening period. It's really a miracle. Lang Rufin's eyes lit up. When Lin Yi was in the East Continent, Lang Rufin basically suppressed him in all aspects. Even after fighting for half a month, Lin Yi's improvement in strength was far from obvious. In the end, he had to rely on a battle of attrition to force Lang Rufin to admit defeat. But now, Lin Yi easily blocked his attack. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Oh. Even you know about this? Lin Yi was stunned. It's not strange. This time, the disciples who went to participate in the Road of Giants have returned. Boss, your matter has been spread widely. Besides, even if I don't go outside, I can still hear about it from here, Lang Ruffin said matter-of-factly. There are people talking about this newcomer's courtyard. Who? Lin Yi was a little surprised. It's me. Hui Yuti's voice suddenly came from inside the room. Then, two delicate figures flew over like young pigeons and threw themselves into Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi, you're back. Ning Xuefei hugged Lin Yi and said happily. Yes, I'm back. Lin Yi stretched out his hand and rubbed her head. Then, he turned to Lang Ruffin and said, I won't stay here for long. Help me find Jiang Hahai. I have something to say to him. Yes. Lang Ruffin nodded and turned to go out. Young hero Lin, the spiritual tea is ready. Please come in and have a rest. Young Chinchua stood in the distance and greeted him. All right, thank you, Miss Yang. Lin Yi nodded and walked into the room with Hui Yuti and Ning Xuefei. The three of them chatted while drinking tea. Speaking of which, Yuti, why are you here? Lin Yi asked with a little surprise. He had said that he would go to Morning Pride Academy to find Hui Yuti. He didn't think that she would run over to Ning Xuefei's place. Because I knew that you would come to Soaring Cloud first, so I came. Hui Yuti raised her eyebrows and smiled. Hua Sis came all the way here just to spend a little more time with you. You're touched, aren't you? Ning Xuefei giggled as she hugged Lin Yi's arm. Fei Fei, what are you talking about? Hui Yuti's pretty face immediately turned red when she was suddenly exposed. The two of them immediately started laughing and joking around. Lin Yi chuckled as he played with the two girls for a while, waiting for them to sit back down, panting heavily. He then asked, Right, Yuti, the thing I asked you to look into earlier, any new developments? You mean that girl from the mortal world? Hui Yuti shrugged and shook her head helplessly. I got people to look into it again, but there's still no news. Ever since she suddenly disappeared, it's like she evaporated from the face of the earth. I can't find any clues. Chapter 49-69. You don't have to worry too much. Although she was tortured a lot before, there shouldn't be any sequelae. The problem now is that we can't find her. I've already told the relevant people in the academy that if they find her, they will inform me as soon as possible. I believe that will happen sooner or later, Hui Yuti comforted him. Well, that's the only thing we can do for now, Lin Yi nodded. By the way, Lin Yi, how long are you going to stay here this time? Ning Xuefei asked. This. Lin Yi couldn't bear to look at the two girls. Because of Chang Minggui, he was basically running for his life this time. Logically speaking, he couldn't stay here for long, and the sooner he left, the better. Not only would he be in danger if he stayed here, he might even drag Ning Xuefei and Hui Yuti down with him. However, the two girls had been waiting for him for so long, especially Ning Xuefei. Unlike Hui Yuti, who at least had a reunion on the path of giants, Ning Xuefei had waited until now to see him again. It was really cruel for them to have to leave so quickly. Can you leave tomorrow morning? Ning Xuefei took Lin Yi's arm and said coquettishly. Tomorrow morning. Lin Yi was stunned. He had thought that he would stay for at least 2 or 3 days to accompany Ning Xuefei. He didn't expect that this girl would be so understanding. He couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. Okay, I'll leave tomorrow morning. Then where are you going next? Hui Yuti asked. Originally, I was going to go to your Morning Pride Academy, but since you have already rushed over here, I won't make the trip. Can you help me apologize to Aunt Lu? Lin Yi smiled apologetically. She was also a considerate girl. This time, she came to Soaring Cloud Academy not because she wanted to spend more time with Ning Xuefei, but because she wanted to save time for him. Lin Yi knew that very well. Well, are you going back to the North Island next? Hui Yudi continued to ask. Before going back to the North Island, I plan to go to the Middle Island first. Lin Yi thought for a while and said. He hadn't seen Tian Chan and Sydney for a long time. Last time when he went back to the North Island, he said he would go to the Middle Island to see them, but he went to the West Island instead. This time, he could make up for it. Oh, it's a pity that it's not convenient this time. Otherwise, I'd really like to go to Zhongdao with you and meet Tian Chan and Sydney, whom you and Jingjing often talk about. Hui Yudi said with some pity. She had just successfully broken through to the profound ascension realm, so she had to properly stabilize her cultivation level. Lu Ziyu would not let her go out and run around. Yes, I think so too. What a pity. Ning Xuefei sighed as well. Hui Yudi was already half a graduate, while Ning Xuefei had just enrolled. It was even more impossible for her to run around. Don't worry, there will always be a chance in the future. Lin Yi had to smile and comfort the two women, and then said, by the way, Yudi, I've already told Xinyan and Xiao Tao to go with you to the Xuanjie Sea area. When the Xuanjie Sea area starts to recruit people, let me know. No matter whether I can come or not, at least let me know your whereabouts. Well, I got it. Hui Yudi nodded repeatedly. Oh, you're all going to the Xuanjie Sea area. What about me? Ning Xuefei said with a sad face. You? Lin Yi and Hui Yudi looked at each other and smiled. Of course you'll stay here and cultivate. Even if you're the princess of the West Island, you can't go to the Xuanjie Sea area before your strength reaches the profound ascension realm, right? It's so annoying. If I knew this would happen, I would have cultivated well. I wouldn't have been left alone now. Ning Xuefei said sullenly. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. If you cultivated well, you wouldn't be Ning Xuefei. Among the people he knew, Ning Xuefei and Shengguan Laner had the best family background, and their talent wasn't bad. If they focused on cultivation, they would be able to achieve something great. Unfortunately, the two of them hated boring things like cultivation the most. Even the strength of the foundation establishment realm was obtained by taking pills, let alone other things. From today on, I've decided to cultivate in seclusion. Ning Xuefei snorted angrily. Looking at Lin Yi and Hui Yudi's eyes, she thought about it and quickly changed her words. Forget it, I'll start tomorrow. After you leave, I'll start working hard. I'll definitely surprise you in the future. Really? Then you're not going to study arrays and automatic casting mechanisms? Lin Yi looked at her with a smile. Ning Xuefei choked. To her, this was much more interesting than cultivation, so she quickly changed her words again. Then I'll use half of my time to cultivate. That should be fine, right? Alright, you said it yourself. If I find that you haven't made any progress the next time I come, I'll spank you. Lin Yi smiled. Ning Xuefei looked at Lin Yi's palm and blushed. She said shyly, do you want to take off your clothes and spank me? Pfft. Lin Yi had just taken a sip of tea when he spat it all over Hui Yudi's face. Even Hui Yudi choked. What was this girl thinking? Ning Xuefei could only wipe the tea off her face bitterly and said helplessly, I washed my face today. Thanks. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He finally stopped teasing this girl and was about to speak his mind. At this time, Lang Rufin suddenly shouted at the door. Boss, Jiang Hahai is here. Okay, let him in. Lin Yi nodded and turned to Hui Yudi and Ning Xuefei. You two go to the courtyard first. I have something to tell him. It's his private matter. Okay. Hui Yudi and Ning Xuefei obediently responded. After the two girls went out, Jiang Hahai immediately rushed in. He didn't care about etiquette and hurriedly cupped his hands at Lin Yi. Brother Lin, how is Qin Yu? The good news is that she went to the path of the magnate and is now an early-stage mysterious ascension master. Lin Yi said lightly. Really? Hearing this, Jiang Hahai was overjoyed, and muttered in disbelief, how did Qin Yu improve so quickly? She was even weaker than me at that time. It seems like she met a famous teacher in Morningstar Academy. Then I can rest assured. That's great, that's great. Although Qin Yu had pulled far ahead of him in terms of strength, Jiang Hahai did not feel any resentment because of this lowly pride. Instead, he felt happy for Qin Yu from the bottom of his heart. In fact, strength or not was only secondary. In his heart, it was enough as long as Qin Yu lived a good life. No, she didn't meet any famous teachers. On the contrary, she didn't have any backing at all. Instead, she was bullied by others. Lin Yi poured cold water on her. Chapter 49-70. That's why I'm going to tell you some bad news. I hope you can handle it. Lin Yi sighed. Seeing that Jiang Hahai was ready, he slowly said, Qin Yu was raped by a second-generation cultivator called Jingtingguang. Raped? Jiang Hahai almost fainted when he heard that. Lin Yi nodded and told Jiang Hahai about Qin Yu's incident from beginning to end. He did not take a subjective stance and simply narrated it as a bystander. After all, he was just an outsider. Lin Yi did not want his own perception to affect Jiang Hahai's judgment. With that, the room fell into a deathly silence. Lin Yi looked at Jiang Hahai quietly, waiting to see how the guy would react. After a long time, Jiang Hahai suddenly raised his head. His eyes were blood red, and he seemed to be in a hysterical state. He gasped for breath, and he seemed like a ferocious beast that had crawled out of hell. Lin Yi shook his head. This guy was so agitated that he was about to go crazy. However, this was not surprising. Jiang Hahai was deeply in love with Qin Yu. Anyone would not be able to take it when they heard that their lover had gone through such a miserable experience. It was normal for him to have a mental breakdown. Just as Lin Yi was hesitating about whether to knock him out, Jiang Hahai suddenly spoke. His voice was not as clear as before. Instead, it was indescribably hoarse. Thank you, Brother Lin, for everything you did for Qin Yu. I will never be able to repay you in this lifetime. You're too kind. Lin Yi looked at him worriedly. He sounded calm, but the calmer he was at a time like this, the more abnormal it was. It would have been better if he'd let it all out, but who knew what kind of scary things were brewing behind this abnormal calmness. Bang! 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 Jiang Hahai kowtowed 3 times to Lin Yi, then suddenly stood up and walked out of the room. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Yi quickly stopped him. What are you going to do? From Lin Yi's point of view, there was only one outcome for such a state of madness under the cover of calmness, and that was to kill. However, it was unknown whether the other party was going to kill Jingtingguang or Qin Yu. Killing Jingtingguang was easy to understand as he was the main culprit of the tragedy. Killing Qin Yu was also easy to understand as she had given up on herself. To most men, this was something unforgivable. I want to tear those who bullied Qin Yu to shreds, one by one. Jiang Hahai gritted his teeth, but he did not completely lose his mind. He turned to look at Lin Yi and said, Big Brother Lin, you don't have to worry about me. I'm not stupid enough to kill people now. At least I have to wait until I break through to the profound ascension realm. Otherwise, it won't be revenge, but death. Lin Yi looked at him deeply. Whether it was in terms of strength or aptitude, there was nothing outstanding about this man. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt that this man was not an ordinary person. Under great stimulation, many people would have a mental breakdown, but there were also a few who would be reborn and amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Zhang Zhonghai might be one of the rare few in the latter category. Then how are you going to treat Qin Yu? Lin Yi asked curiously. Although he did not want to interfere in the private matters between these two, he would still feel uneasy if it caused a tragedy. Zhang Hahai glanced at Lin Yi and turned to leave, leaving behind a sentence, no matter what happened to her in the past, it was not her fault. It was my incompetence. As long as her heart does not change, I will never let her down. What an infatuated man. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Hahai's back and smacked his lips. He had imagined many possible situations, and Zhang Hahai's reaction was undoubtedly the one that gave him the highest evaluation. It seemed that if there was a chance in the future, he could also train this person well. What happened to this Zhang Zhonghai? He used to look honest, but why is he so angry today? He looks like he wants to eat someone. Ning Xuefei ran in with Hui Yuti. Yeah, could it be that something happened to Qin Yu? Hui Yuti asked curiously. Although she did not know about Qin Yu's tragic experience, she had seen how Lin Yi had called Qin Yu over. The only thing that could make Zhang Hahai act so strangely was his fiancée, Qin Yu. Yes, it is indeed Qin Yu's matter. However, this is their private matter. Let's not be nosy. Lin Yi then said, "Oh right, I will be preparing to concoct pills, so I won't be accompanying you too." Concoct pills. The two girls were stunned at the same time. Ning Xuefei could not help but pout. You can concoct pills anytime, but do you have to do it now? You were supposed to leave tomorrow morning. It is precisely because I am leaving tomorrow morning that I have to concoct pills now. Otherwise, it will be too late. Lin Yi laughed meaningfully. What will be too late? Ning Xuefei was confused. You will know when the time comes. Oh right, Feifei, come to my room tonight. I have something to do. Lin Yi instructed. Tonight? I will go to your room alone. Ning Xuefei suddenly blushed. She turned her head and tugged at the corner of Hui Yuti's clothes. She said weakly, then let Sister Hu come with you. It seems that there is something good waiting for you, Feifei. I will not accompany you. This journey of becoming a giant has been tormenting me for so long. I still need to have a good sleep to recuperate. Hui Yuti and Lin Yi looked at each other and smiled. She had already guessed what Lin Yi was going to do. Ning Xuefei was confused. She looked at Lin Yi and then looked at Hui Yuti. She pouted and said, "What are you going to do? Why are you being so mysterious? You will know when the time comes." Hui Yuti said as she pulled Ning Xuefei out, leaving the room for Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled. He immediately took out the divine armament cauldron and began to refine pills. This time, he was not going to refine a profound first-level pill like the earth-solid pill. Instead, he was going to refine a kind of pill that he was already familiar with. The sky turned dark in the blink of an eye. In order not to disturb Lin Yi, Hui Yuti and Ning Xuefei stayed outside in the courtyard during the day. Even at night, they huddled together in the next room. After hesitating for a long time, Ning Xuefei finally came to Lin Yi's room under Hui Yuti's incitement. I'm here. Ning Xuefei tiptoed in. Her face was red, and she had a guilty look on her face. Puff! Lin Yi was dumbfounded when he saw her dress at the moment. He didn't know what this girl was thinking. At this time, she was only wearing a thin undershirt. It was half-transparent and faintly discernible. She was like a tempting little demon. Why are you dressed like this? Lin Yi looked at her strangely. Chapter 49-71. That? Which one? Lin Yi was stunned. That's it. We are engaged. Although it's a bit unreasonable to do this, after all, we don't know when we will meet again. It's necessary to keep a seed. Ning Shuefei's voice became softer and softer, and in the end, it was almost inaudible. Keep a seed. Fortunately, Lin Yi didn't drink any tea this time, or he'd have sprayed tea all over her face again. This girl's mind was really out of this world. He only asked her to come over at night. How could she think of something like this? Isn't it? Ning Shuefei was a little surprised. Ugh, Fei, you misunderstood. I really didn't ask you to come this time for this. We are not going to be separated forever. It's just a temporary separation. Why do you want to keep a seed for no reason? Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Ah. Ning Shuefei's blushing cheeks became even redder. She quickly covered her chest with her hands and said hurriedly, "Then I will go change clothes." Ning Shuefei turned around and left. Lin Yi quickly stopped her. "Come back. Since you are already here, why change clothes? Anyway, you have to take them off." Take them off. Ning Shuefei couldn't help but be surprised. She looked at Lin Yi in a daze and said, "Didn't you say that you don't want to keep a seed?" "I didn't say that, but the next thing needs you to take off your clothes. Hurry up. We don't have much time." Lin Yi reached out and gestured. Oh. Although Ning Shuefei was confused, she still did it obediently. Although she was shy, it was not the first time she acted like this in front of Lin Yi. Thinking back to the first time they met on the far north island, it was the same situation. Ning Shuefei then asked charmingly, "Then, do you also want to take it off?" "I'm just helping you improve your strength, not for myself." "Why do I have to take off my clothes?" Lin Yi said with a smile. "Improve your strength. So that's why you called me here." Ning Shuefei finally reacted. She had already heard about this hundreds of times from Shangguan Laner. At that time, she was envious of the other party's ability to quickly improve her strength without cultivating. She had even talked to Lin Yi about it several times. However, Lin Yi felt that it was too much of a waste to do so. It was not a good thing in the long run, so he had never agreed to it. He didn't expect it to be brought up today. "That's right. I know that with your personality, it's impossible for you to concentrate on cultivation alone, so I can only choose this last resort," Lin Yi said helplessly. If Ning Shuefei wanted to improve even a little bit, he would definitely not help her improve her strength. After all, only the strength obtained through hard work and hard training was the most reliable. It was a pity that Ning Shuefei was the same as Shangguan Laner. Although she had patted her chest and guaranteed before, Lin Yi was sure that she would never be able to do it. This was purely her nature. Unless the two of them were forced into a desperate situation, they would never have this kind of awareness. Now that Wang Xinyan, Huang Xiaotao, and Hui Yudi were all at the early stage of profound ascension, they would definitely go to the profound sea together in the future. If Ning Shuefei's strength was not raised quickly, she would be the only one left behind. Although there was Leng Rufin and Yang Qinshue guarding here, and Lin Yi had nothing to worry about, he couldn't really let Leng Rufin and Yang Qinshue guard here forever, right? With the resources of the Golden Stage Academy, it was not enough to support the cultivation of a profound ascension expert. Who knew how long it would take for Ning Shuefei to cultivate to the profound ascension stage? If Leng Rufin and Yang Qinshue wasted so many years here for Ning Shuefei, no matter how powerful a genius was, they would still be wasted. Lin Yi felt very guilty. What's more, with Ning Shuefei's mischievous personality, even if she was extremely talented, it was still unknown whether she could reach the profound ascension stage. So after thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to raise her strength first. At that time, he could let her, Leng Rufin, and Yang Qinshue go to the profound sea with Hui Yudi and the others. Lin Yi had nothing to worry about. As for the problem of strength, it could be made up for bit by bit in the future. With Lin Yi's means, he would always be able to think of a way. Great! Ning Xuefei immediately cheered when she heard this. Completely forgetting her current situation, Lin Yi's face turned red. She didn't even notice it herself, and said excitedly, "Then what realm can you raise my strength to? Can I directly reach the profound ascension stage?" Hee, didn't you vow to cultivate hard during the day? Why did you throw it to the back of your mind so quickly? Aren't you afraid that I'll spank you? Lin Yi laughed. If you want to spank me, then spank me. Anyway, it's fine as long as you don't let me cultivate. I can do a lot of things with so much time saved. Ning Xuefei said in a silly voice. Lin Yi was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have much time, he might not have been able to control himself in this kind of situation. He could only say, "It's impossible to directly reach the profound ascension stage, but I can first raise you to the great perfection of the nascent soul stage, and then create an artificial thunder tribulation for you to help you fuse with the spirit root to reach the profound ascension stage. Here, these are the 2 7th-grade Great Recovery pills that I just refined. Do you still have the Thunder Xian pill that I gave you last time?" Ning Xuefei took the 2 pills in a daze, both of which were of the best quality. She said strangely, "Yes, don't you only need the Thunder Xian pill to reach the profound ascension stage? Why do you still need the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill?" The Thunder Xian pill can only be used to buffer the Thunder Tribulation. For people like you Dai and the others who cultivate normally, it is indeed enough to have 1 Thunder Xian pill. Even if they fail to reach the profound ascension stage, they can still ensure their lives. But you are different, your strength was raised by external forces, and your foundation is not enough. I'm afraid that there will be an accident. These 2 Great Recovery pills may come in handy. Lin Yi explained. In fact, if it was only the 7th-grade Great Recovery pill, he didn't need to refine it on the spot. But he was afraid of accidents. Only by refining the best quality pills himself could he be at ease. After all, this was not a trivial matter, and he must ensure that nothing goes wrong. If there was no Chang Mingue, who was eyeing him covetously, Lin Yi could have raised Ning Xuefei's strength to the peak of nascent soul stage and let her consolidate for a few months before attempting to reach the profound ascension stage. Unfortunately, the situation was special, and he could only take a little risk. Of course, this was also because of Ning Xuefei's extraordinary aptitude. If she only had an average aptitude, Lin Yi would never do this, because after raising her strength to the peak of nascent soul stage, she would immediately attempt to reach the profound ascension stage. The difficulty of this was absolutely not a small matter, and only the true geniuses could succeed. Lin Yi believed that Ning Xuefei was such a genius, but this genius was more mischievous and never liked to cultivate. Chapter 49-72. Next was the real challenge. Lin Yi gave Ning Xuefei only 2 hours to familiarize herself with the realm of Yuanying realm, and it couldn't be more than that. Since she couldn't make steady progress step by step, she could only take advantage of the strong inertia of the improvement of strength to break through to Xianxing. If she waited too long in the middle, the rhythm of rapid upgrading would be cold, which would increase the difficulty of Ning Xuefei, so 2 hours was the limit. After 2 hours, Ning Xuefei suddenly opened her eyes, and there was an unprecedented brilliance in her eyes, which made Lin Yi's eyes brighten. This girl's aptitude was really against the natural order. In just 2 hours, she had already familiarized herself with the new realm of Yuanying realm. Even if it was not completely stable, in the eyes of ordinary people, it was already a great move against the natural order. Let's go, find a secluded place to break through to Xianxing. Lin Yi was relieved. Ning Xuefei's state at the moment gave him a little more confidence, not to mention that she had the Thunder Xian pill and the 7th-grade Recover pill of the best quality. Even if Ning Xuefei failed this time, she would not be in danger, so he didn't need to worry too much. The 2 of them arrived at the outskirts and waited for Ning Xuefei to signal that they were ready. Without hesitation, Lin Yi unleashed the 1,000 lightning explosions. The power of this 1,000 lightning explosions was several times stronger than normal lightning tribulations. It was enough for Ning Xuefei to use it to merge with her spirit root. Of course, it didn't matter if it wasn't enough. With Lin Yi here, he could add another lightning strike at any time. As for the more powerful thunder burial, even a master in the early stage of mountain opening like Zhang Zili couldn't resist it. With Ning Xuefei's strength, even if she took the Thunder Xian pill, it would be useless, and she would be struck into ashes. Lin Yi didn't dare to take this risk. Looking at Ning Xuefei, who was immersed in the dark blue thunder pillar, seeing that she was still calm at the moment, Lin Yi was completely relieved. Although this girl usually played tricks and refused to cultivate, at this time, she still had the demeanor of a big family. She deserved to be the daughter of Ning Shangling, the master of West Island. Her talent and demeanor were deeply rooted in her bones. A mother knows her daughter best. If not, how could Ning Shangling insist on letting her be the successor of West Island? After all, it was not a good thing for a weak person to climb to such a high position. Ning Shangling was not the kind of person who would bet on the fate of West Island with her daughter. Since she insisted on doing this, it meant that Ning Xuefei did have the potential, the extraordinary potential to grow up to be the master of West Island. For a person who had the potential to grow into the master of the West Island, things like breaking through to the profound ascension realm were just a piece of cake for her. Just like Ning Xuefei's current performance, it was as if nothing had happened. This girl's talent is really scary, it's a pity. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head. With Ning Xuefei's talent and background, if she was willing to train hard, she would have already become a profound ascension stage master. There would be no need for him to do this. At dawn the next day, when Lin Yi brought a completely new Ning Xuefei to the newcomer's courtyard, Hui Yudi, Leng Ruffing, and Yang Qinxue were already waiting at the door with their heads raised in anticipation. In addition, Ning Xuefei's master, Chen Xingma, had also come. How is this possible? Feeling Ning Xuefei's powerful aura, Hui Yudi was not surprised at all, but Leng Ruffing and Yang Qinxue's eyes almost popped out. She was clearly still in the gold core stage yesterday. How did she become the early stage of the profound ascending stage overnight? Is this world crazy? Even Chen Xingma, who had always been gentle and intellectual, couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hand at this time, and looked at Ning Xuefei blankly, not knowing what to say. It's just a little trick, I hope everyone can help me keep it a secret. Lin Yi cupped his hands to everyone. This is a little trick. Leng Ruffing almost bit his tongue off, and said with a strange face, "Boss, even if you are modest, there should be a limit. If this is all a little trick, then what is the point of us people cultivating? We might as well go back to our hometown to farm." He and Lin Yi didn't get to know each other without fighting. Before this, although he felt that Lin Yi was powerful, he never thought that he would be worse than Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's move completely subverted his worldview and outlook on life. When he thought of those stupid ideas before, he wanted to find a hole to hide in. There was only one thought in his mind now: his boss was really a god. Yes, your method is really incredible, it can be called heaven-defying. Chen Xingma also sighed, looked at Ning Xuefei and said with a bitter smile, "It seems that Master has nothing to teach you in the future. How can that be? Fei Fei still has a lot of things to learn from Master, especially array. Master, you can't hide it." Ning Xuefei hugged Chen Xingma intimately. In the past, she used to allocate more than half of the time to cultivate, but now it was good. Before going to the Xuanjie Sea, she only needed to follow Chen Xingma to concentrate on learning array, which was exactly what she wanted. That's good, array has many uses, Fei Fei. It's not a bad thing for you to understand more, it will come in handy in the future. Chen Xingma nodded. Although she was not a formation master, she had some experience in this aspect. At least, it would not be a problem for her to guide Ning Xuefei. As for the future, if Ning Xuefei wanted to go further, with her identity as the Princess of West Island, she could totally find a better formation master to teach her. She could be considered as laying the foundation for Ning Shuefei. Alright, I've done what I need to do here. Let's part ways here, we'll meet again in the future. Lin Yi said. Then you have to take care of yourself. When the Xuanjia Academy starts recruiting, you must rush over. Ning Shuefei and Hui Yudi looked at each other and said. I will try my best, don't worry, I will definitely come to find you. Lin Yi nodded, gently hugged Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei, cupped his hands towards the crowd, turned around and left. Along the way out of the gate of Soaring Cloud Academy, Lin Yi was not surprised, once again attracted the attention of the crowd, but the focus of the crowd was not only him, the surrounding people were clearly talking about the strange phenomenon last night. After all, the Thousand Thunder explosion was a huge movement, it was impossible to not be noticed at all. Lin Yi secretly shivered, this was not a good thing. If Chang Minggui chased him nearby, it would be very easy for him to find his trace. As expected, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Using the butterfly's subtle steps to leave the boundary of Soaring Cloud City, Lin Yi went straight to the largest yellow rank port in the East Continent. After all, he did not have a flying spirit beast with him, it was not easy to go to the Middle Island, he could only take a boat. However, if he wanted to go from the East Continent to the Middle Island, ordinary boats obviously would not work, only warships and treasure ships could cross the vast sea. But these warships and treasure ships were the strategic resources of the various forces. Under normal circumstances, how could they let outsiders ride on them? Chapter 4973. Okudaba had said before that if he didn't go out to sea, he would usually be stationed at the Golden Port. Hero Lin, I didn't expect you to become a mysterious ascendant early stage master in just a few months. Congratulations. Okudaba was stunned when he saw Lin Yi. The last time he saw Lin Yi, he was only at the middle stage of nascent soul. This improvement was not just huge, it was like flying. He had never seen the world before. If he knew that Ning Shuefei went from Golden Core stage to Mysterious Ascendant stage overnight, his reaction would be the same as Lang Ruffin's, and his eyes would pop out. Hee, it's rare to come to the East Continent. If my strength didn't improve at all, how can I go back and meet people? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. That's too exaggerated. I've been in the East Continent for so many years, but I've never heard of anyone improving as fast as you. Young hero Lin is indeed extraordinary. Okudaba sighed, then asked, Young hero Lin, are you preparing to go out to sea? Yes, I plan to go to Middle Island. I don't have any connections here, so after thinking about it, I can only ask the captain for help. Lin Yi nodded. What do you mean help? Hero Lin, did you forget that you are the honorary vice captain of this ship? We are all on the same side, how can I help you? Okudaba pretended to be dissatisfied. Hee, I said the wrong thing, Captain, please don't blame me. Lin Yi shook his head and laughed. Okudaba was also a wonderful person. Not only was he capable, but he also changed his attitude quickly. However, he was very enthusiastic about those who caught his eye. As long as they were used to his style, it was not difficult to get along with them. Hee, that's right. Okudaba smiled and patted Lin Yi's shoulder. I'll get someone to arrange it, but it'll take some time to prepare. After all, such a big warship can't go there empty-handed. There are so many brothers who have to eat. It's not realistic for them to go to Middle Island alone for you. I hope you can understand this. Of course. Lin Yi nodded his head. The resources consumed by an ancient warship for a trip to the sea was an astronomical figure. Even if Okudaba valued him, it was impossible for him to lose so much money. He would definitely take the opportunity to make some profits. That's good. Young hero Lin is indeed reasonable. I'll get someone to hang up Nakajima's signboard. I believe that there will be a merchant association looking for you soon. It won't take long. Okudaba smiled. Under normal circumstances, an ancient warship of his size would not do such business. Usually, he would deal with the big shots of the various Heaven Stage Islands and then do business with the various forces. Just like last time when he carried the disciples of Morning Pride Academy and Soaring Cloud Academy, he would rarely run errands for the various chambers of commerce. But this time, the situation was special. Their main purpose was to send Lin Yi to Middle Island, and it was reasonable to get some extra money from the Chamber of Commerce as a subsidy. Ancient warships had always been very popular in the eyes of the big Chamber of Commerce because they were much faster and safer than ordinary treasure ships. So as long as he hung up the signboard, he believed that it wouldn't take long to attract enough business. Although Lin Yi wanted to leave the East Continent as soon as possible, this kind of waiting was unavoidable. He could only stay on the warship patiently. After hovering like this for a few days, the warship was filled with a large amount of resources from the various chambers of commerce. Finally, the warship sounded. Lin Yi stood on the deck and looked at the busy golden port. He couldn't help but sigh. Although this trip to the East Continent wasn't long, only a few months. But the things he experienced were full of twists and turns, and all of them left a deep impression on him. While he was sighing, suddenly, Lin Yi's eyelids twitched. There was a sudden gust of wind above the golden port. A man and a condor were faintly discernible in the clouds. Ha! Isn't that the ghost of death? What is he doing here? Okuda Ba's voice suddenly sounded. He had always been used to dealing with big shots. Chang Mingue was a famous person in the Golden Sea, so he naturally knew him. He's here to kill me. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Really? Young hero Lin, when did you offend this guy? Okuda Ba was shocked. I beat up his wife and son on the road to becoming a tycoon. Naturally, he hates me to the core. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have left the East Continent in such a hurry. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. There's such a thing. I remember that his wife, Zhang Zili, is an early-stage mountain opening expert. You can even beat her. Okuda Ba was shocked again. That's not a good thing. Otherwise, why would this guy chase me all the way here? Lin Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. He'd underestimated Chang Mingue's determination to kill him. He'd been injured quite badly last time, but he'd come back so quickly, chasing him all the way to the Golden Dock. It was truly unexpected. Don't worry. Since he's on my ship, it's useless even if he chased me all the way here. You just stand here and watch. Let's see if he dares to take a step closer. Okuda Ba chuckled. It seemed like he had no intention of giving Chang Mingue any face. This. Lin Yi was stunned. He really didn't expect Okuda Ba to be so loyal. Hee, this isn't just for you. Speaking of which, I have a little history with this guy. When I went to find his wife to refine pills, this guy actually wanted to poke his nose into my warship. He's really too much. This time, it's a good chance to break his spirit. Okuda Ba sneered. Then, thank you, Captain. I can't thank you enough. Lin Yi cupped his hands gratefully. If Okuda Ba didn't protect him today, the scene in Nanzhou Sea would have happened again. The only difference was that he was being chased by Shishan Elder, but this time, it was Chang Mingue. As the two were talking, Chang Mingue had also noticed Lin Yi's silhouette. After all, Lin Yi was standing on the deck in broad daylight. If he couldn't see him with his spiritual sense as a late-phase mountain master, then that meant he was a fake. He's here. Chang Mingue was overjoyed. After sending off his brother Chang Tianwen, he went back to help Zhang Zili and Chang Lading settle down. These two were now in a vegetative state, and unless he could find a doctor like Zhang Liju to save them, it would be hard for them to wake up. This naturally made Chang Mingue grit his teeth. In his rage, he didn't care about his injuries and chased Lin Yi all the way to Morningstar Academy. However, he didn't dare to go there directly, and could only ask around for help. In the end, he learned that Lin Yi had gone to Soaring Cloud Academy. Chapter 4974. Chang Mingue was about to attack without a word, but when he saw where Lin Yi was, especially Okuda Ba, who was standing beside Lin Yi, his expression changed. In terms of strength, he did not think much of Okuda Ba, but the problem was that Okuda Ba was not an ordinary mountain opening expert. He was the captain of the ship. If Lin Yi was standing on an ordinary ship, Chang Mingue would have attacked without hesitation, just like he did on Thunderous Plains Island. Ordinary ships would not be able to withstand his full attack unless their defensive formations were activated to the maximum. But this was an ancient warship. Not only was the defensive formation much more powerful than the treasured ship, but the most important thing was that this thing was equipped with an extremely powerful offensive formation. Not to mention Chang Mingue, a late-stage mountain opening expert, even his clan brother Chang Tianwen, a late-stage earth opening expert, wouldn't dare to challenge such a terrifying ultimate weapon by himself. Not to mention other things, just the starfall formation alone was enough to make people tremble with fear. Chang Mingue did not even dare to give chase as he watched the warship swagger away. What if Okuda Ba used the starfall formation to attack him after he chased him to the sea? At that time, not even his bones would be left. Okuda Ba was an extremely daring person, and they had a grudge against each other. It was not impossible for him to do such a thing. He had already caught up to Lin Yi, but he could only watch helplessly as Lin Yi escaped. Chang Mingue was about to go crazy with anger. But as angry as he was, Chang Mingue was helpless in this situation. He could not even vent his anger on the people around Lin Yi. After all, he was only in the late mountain opening stage, not the late earth opening stage like Chang Tianwen. If he dared to go to a morning star or morning prodigy to kill people and cause trouble, there would only be one outcome: death. Lin Yi could not help but laugh as he watched Chang Mingue stiffen above the golden port. This guy was not stupid to be able to maintain his rationality under such circumstances. It's a pity that this guy didn't take the bait. Okuda Ba slapped his thigh. You really want to kill him? Lin Yi was surprised. He thought that Oba Okuda was just joking. He didn't expect that Oba Okuda really had such intentions. Of course. Ever since I saw you controlling the starfall array, I've been studying it. I feel like I've improved a lot, so I decided to make fun of this guy. Who knew he would be so terrified? What a disappointment, Okuda Ba said with a displeased expression. Aren't you afraid of the repercussions of killing him? He has a clan brother called Chang Tianwen, who is a late-stage earth-opening realm expert. Lin Yi could only remind him. What's the big deal about the late stage of earth creation? Could it be that the sea dragon we encountered last time was inferior to him? Ba Okuda's face was full of disdain, and he said with a yearning expression, compared to the true super-existences in the endless sea, these people are not even worth a fart. I have an ancient battleship, and I can even travel the endless sea. Why would I be afraid of them? If he dares to come, I dare to kill him. Lin Yi was suddenly speechless. This guy was indeed a dangerous person. When they first met, he didn't hesitate to throw him, the prince consort of West Island, into the sea to feed the sea beasts. He didn't take the dignified West Island seriously at all. Now, his attitude was even more vivid. A person who could travel the sea was really not simple. Although the route from Dongzhou to Middle Island was much shorter than that from West Island, it was still a dangerous journey. However, since it was an ultimate weapon like the ancient battleship, the so-called danger was not worth mentioning. Such a huge ship could not only fight against natural disasters, but also deter the powerful sea beasts that were ready to make trouble in the sea. Unless the last situation occurred, the ancient battleship was almost invincible in the vast sea. How many sea dragons were there in the world, and how high was the probability of encountering one? Ba-Okuda had traveled the sea for 300 years, and he had only seen the so-called god of the sea once. The probability was lower than winning the lottery in the secular world. As for being targeted by sea dragons twice in a row, this kind of situation did not exist at all. It was a peaceful journey. When the huge and spectacular ancient battleship docked in Middle Island, the docks suddenly caused a commotion. Unlike treasure ships, the ultimate weapon like the ancient battleship had always existed in Dongzhou. Unless the Dongzhou delegation came to visit, it was usually not seen in a place like Middle Island. "Captain, thank you so much for this time." Lin Yi stood on the deck and said goodbye to Ba-Okuda. "Don't mention it. We are on the same side. Don't mention it." Ba-Okuda looked at Lin Yi with some dissatisfaction, and then asked, "By the way, how long are you going to stay in Middle Island this time? Do you want me to wait for you? Anyway, I have nothing important to do recently, and I can go to North Island on the way." "There's no need for that. I'll be staying in Middle Island for a while, and it's not like the distant East Continent. It's very convenient to go from Middle Island to North Island." "Captain, you don't have to wait for me." Lin Yi smiled. There were indeed many ways for him to go back to North Island from Middle Island. Whether it was the will of heaven or the home chamber of commerce, he could arrange it. However, East Continent was different. It was very difficult to go from East Continent to any other Heaven Stage island. Without enough connections, ordinary people could only look at the ocean and sigh. Lin Yi was lucky to have met Ba-Okuda this time. Otherwise, he would have to go through a lot of trouble. "I see. Since you said so, I won't try to please you. I'll get someone to hang a sign of East Continent, and I'll go back to East Continent in 2 days, lest the leaders of Middle Island feel uneasy and think that I have some ulterior motives towards Middle Island." Ba-Okuda laughed. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. Ba-Okuda wasn't just joking. Normally, when a sensitive ultimate weapon like an ancient warship appeared, the higher-ups would definitely be notified in advance to avoid unnecessary tension and conflict. However, this was a last-minute idea, and he didn't bring his diplomatic group for an official meeting. Naturally, Ba-Okuda didn't inform them in advance. Under such circumstances, it was good enough that they could reach the shore safely. If they stayed longer, the higher-ups of Middle Island might not be able to eat and sleep well. Although an ancient battleship could not destroy the entire Middle Island, if it were to launch a sudden attack, the vitality of Middle Island would definitely be greatly damaged. The most troublesome thing was that there was no one in Middle Island who could compete with such an ultimate weapon, unless those old monsters who lived in seclusion in the Island Master Pavilion were alarmed. "Captain, let's part ways here. See you again." Lin Yi said goodbye with cupped hands. Chapter 4975. "Okay, I won't stand on ceremony with you, Captain." Lin Yi nodded with a smile and was then escorted off the battleship by Okuda. Looking at the scene at Middle Island's pier, Lin Yi could not help but sigh. The last time he came to Middle Island, his knowledge was not as vast as it was now. At that time, he naively thought that Middle Island was the supreme land and the center of the 5 heavenly islands. However, now it seemed that although Middle Island was the center, it was only the center in terms of geographical location. Its strength and status might not be much higher than that of North Island and West Island. Compared to the unpredictable East Continent and the South Continent with the spirit beasts, Middle Island was still far behind. To put it bluntly, the Middle Island was only treated as the headquarters by many chambers of commerce because of its excellent geographical location. It wasn't because of how powerful the people there were. Only the Eastern Continent, which was filled with experts, could truly represent the peak of the Heaven Stage Island. But then again, although Middle Island's strength was far inferior to the East Continent, it was still the headquarters of the major chambers of commerce. It was also the transportation hub that connected the 4 heavenly islands of the North, South, East, and West. In terms of prosperity, it was not inferior to the main cities of the academies in the East Continent. Walking through the commercial district of Middle Island, Lin Yi unknowingly arrived at the market street. He was worried about Tian Chan and Sydney, so Tiandan Pavilion was naturally his first stop. As the owner of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Lin Yi felt a little guilty at the moment. It had been more than 2 years since he left last time, and he hadn't come back even once in such a long time. He was really thorough in leaving the responsibility to others. If it weren't for his own people like Tian Chan and Shueli, the entire Heavenly Elixir Pavilion might have changed hands a long time ago. As a hands-off manager, Lin Yi was relaxed, but Tian Chan and Sydney suffered. Although they had the support of people like the Will of Heaven, they were women after all. It was not easy for them to establish a foothold in Middle Island. Moreover, Lin Yi disappeared from time to time, causing the supply of elixirs to be unable to keep up. The two of them were troubled because of this. It could be said that Tian Chan and Sydney had made great contributions to Tiandan Pavilion. In contrast, Lin Yi did not do much for them. If he did not feel guilty, he could only be said to be too heartless and irresponsible. Fortunately, they finally returned to Middle Island this time. Lin Yi could more or less make up for it. In fact, for the two women, as long as he appeared, it was a big surprise. However, before Lin Yi walked to the front, he saw from a distance that the entrance of Tiandan Pavilion was bustling with a large circle of people. Lin Yi was suddenly stunned. After such a long time, Tiandan Pavilion was still so crowded. When Tiandan Pavilion first opened, because there were all kinds of elixirs of the best quality, the business was extremely hot, just like the scene in front of him. However, even at that time, it did not last long. After a few days, the scene was not so hot anymore. Could it be that Tian Chan and Ning Shuefei were good at managing, and after more than 2 years of hard work, they had completely established the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion? But it should not be so popular, right? Lin Yi could not help but feel a little strange. Although Tian Chan could also refine elixirs, she could basically only provide elixirs of high quality. As for the really popular elixirs of the best quality, he still needed to provide them. However, even if he regularly delivered elixirs to Heavenly Dan Pavilion, due to the fact that he had to travel a lot of times, he could not guarantee the quality of the elixirs. Under normal circumstances, he would only sell a limited amount of elixirs. It was already good enough for Tian Chan and Shueli to retain their popularity, but it was impossible for them to sell so well. After all, if so many people could buy the elixirs that Lin Yi delivered regularly would not last for more than a few days. It was not desirable to have a flash in the pan, and a steady stream was the king's way. Once the supply of the best elixirs was cut off, the loss could not be made up by the hot sales in 1 or 2 days. At that time, the reputation of the entire Tiandan Pavilion would be damaged. There must be something going on here. Lin Yi suppressed the curiosity in his heart and immediately went over quietly. Sure enough, this scene was not because the business of Tiandan Pavilion was booming, but because there was a villain playing tricks. Everyone, don't miss it. Our medicine sect has invited a senior alchemist from the East Continent, and he can refine 6 great elixirs on the spot. Everyone, if you are interested, hurry up and take a look. If you are late, you won't be able to line up. The owner of the voice was a familiar face. It was the deputy manager of the medicine sect, Jiao Huanshan. Seeing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly. When the Tiandan Pavilion had just opened for business, this Jiao Huanshan had come to make trouble, but at that time, the Will of Heaven was present and dealt with him casually. He did not expect this clown to jump out again today. Was he not afraid of attracting the Will of Heaven again? Although he felt strange, Lin Yi did not show up directly. With his current vision, he naturally looked down on such a small character, but this matter was related to the reputation of Tiandan Pavilion. Before the matter was clarified, he was not ready to act rashly. Medicine sect. Isn't this Tiandan Pavilion? A new onlooker in the crowd asked in a low voice. My dear friend, where are you from? Medicine Sect and Tiandan Pavilion are mortal enemies. Don't you know this? A busybody next to him curled his lips and said. That's right. Because of the big gimmick of the highest grade elixir, Tiandan Pavilion has stolen a lot of business from the Medicine Sect in the past 2 years. Now, this deputy manager of the Medicine Sect is obviously going to steal back the source of customers. TSK, even a 6th grade elixir can be refined on the spot. That senior alchemist from the East Continent is amazing. Maybe he is the legendary 7th grade alchemist. After all, an ordinary 6th grade alchemist would not dare to do this. Another onlooker explained in admiration. This time, Tiandan Pavilion is really going to be defeated. Although it has all kinds of highest grade elixir, after all, the grade is not high. At most, it is only 5th grade. Even if the 6th grade elixir is not of the highest quality, it is still much more popular than Tiandan Pavilion. What's more, after a certain level, everyone has to consider the 6th grade elixir. Those 4th grade and 5th grade elixir are useless no matter how good the quality is. The onlookers sighed. In the end, it is still because of the lack of foundation. Tiandan Pavilion has only been established for 2 years, while Medicine Sect has been around for hundreds of years. They can easily invite a senior alchemist from the East Continent to hold the fort. What does Tiandan Pavilion have? Someone said disdainfully. Chapter 4976. More and more people were attracted over, but Tian Chan and Sydney could only stand in front of their own doors, helpless against the scene in front of them. Besides, Wei Shinjin had also rushed over after hearing the news, but he also looked helpless. Although Diao Huanshan was very annoying, he didn't do anything to harm Tiandan Pavilion. He was only blocking the door and promoting Medicine Sect. Under these circumstances, they really couldn't do anything to him. Tian Chan and the other two could only stare. Even if they were angry, they could only swallow this grievance. Besides, in terms of strength and background, Tiandan Pavilion really wasn't a match for Medicine Sect. There was really nothing they could do. Tian Chan and Sydney looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Now that their biggest support in Middle Island had left, they couldn't do anything even if they complained. They could only let Diao Huanshan, this clown, do whatever he wanted. Diao Huanshan, don't go overboard. Don't you think you're going overboard? Wei Shinjin couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and interrupted the chattering Diao Huanshan. Overboard? How is it overboard? I'm not stealing or robbing. I'm just standing here to say a few words of justice. How is that overboard? Diao Huanshan sneered and glanced at Wei Shinjin. He sneered and said, I remember that Tiandan Pavilion has only been open for 2 years. Since when did it become so arrogant that people can't even say a few words at the door? You say this is a word of justice. Diao Huanshan, what exactly is your skin made of? You're competing so openly and maliciously, using such a despicable method to steal the customers of the Heavenly Dan Pavilion, and yet you can still say that you're doing this for justice without even blushing. Wei Shinjin coldly snorted as he suppressed his anger. I'm speaking the truth. If you're talking about maliciously competing, why don't you tell me? Which of my words just now wasn't the truth? Which of my words was deliberately slandering Tiandan Pavilion? If there is, you can pick it out for me, and I will apologize on the spot. Diao Huanshan said fearlessly. You. Wei Shinjin suddenly choked. After all, he wasn't like Diao Huanshan, who had been in the business world for a long time. He wasn't as eloquent and nimble as the others. Moreover, Diao Huanshan's words really didn't leave any evidence that could be used against him. He was purely promoting his medicine sect, so it was hard for people to find fault with him. In fact, Wei Shinjin also knew that it was useless to argue with a clown like him. The best way was to overwhelm him with strength. Just like the last time when Tiandan Pavilion opened, the will of heaven could send this guy flying with a casual slap. How would he dare to say anything? Unfortunately, Wei Shinjin wasn't the will of heaven. At the end of the day, he was just a disciple of the Snow Sword sect. He didn't know who was stronger than Diao Huanshan. If they were to really fight, it was hard to say who would be sent flying. Seeing that Wei Shinjin was choked and couldn't say a word, Diao Huanshan glanced at Tian Chan and Sydney proudly. He said disdainfully, "Brat, you're just a few small characters, and you want to fight with me? Don't you think you're too inexperienced? Humph, you can't fight with words, and you can't fight with force either. If you're so capable, call the will of heaven here and let him deal with me." As soon as he said that, the crowd was in an uproar. The will of heaven was a legendary figure that everyone in Middle Island knew. It was rare to see someone who dared to call out the will of heaven's name in public. This medicine sect's vice shopkeeper Diao was really a big shot. Wei Shinjin was so angry that he almost rolled up his sleeves and made a move. In the end, he was stopped by Tian Chan and Sydney with a look. At this time, there were no masters who could suppress them. It was hard for the three of them to gain any advantage. Instead, they might suffer a big loss. If Diao Huanshan took this opportunity to tear down the Tiandan Pavilion, then their 2 years of hard work would be wasted. Seeing that Wei Shinjin didn't get angry, Diao Huanshan couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Tian Chan and the others guessed correctly. He did have the intention to make a fuss. After all, the existence of the Tiandan Pavilion was bound to steal a lot of business from the medicine sect. If he could take this opportunity to destroy the Tiandan Pavilion, then it would really be the end of it. Even if he had to pay a price for it, it would be worth it. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm a master in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. If the will of heaven was here, then I wouldn't care. But he isn't here, so I'd like to see who can compete with me. As Diao Huanshan spoke, he released his aura, which instantly shocked everyone around him. The crowd couldn't be blamed for having such a reaction. If it was a place like the East Continent where experts gathered, a nascent soul late-stage cultivator was nothing at all. After all, any random passerby could be a profound ascension stage cultivator, or even a mountain opening stage cultivator. Who would be afraid of a nascent soul late-stage cultivator? But this was the Middle Island, and nascent soul stage cultivators were already rare experts here. None of them were easy to deal with. As for the more powerful profound ascension stage cultivators, they basically didn't go out much. They might not even see one in 10 days or half a month. Just like the situation now, Diao Huanshan, a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, was already an invincible existence. Tian Chan and Sydney couldn't help but frown, and Wei Shinjin could only choose to retreat. There was no other way, he wasn't Diao Huanshan's opponent at all. Even if he were to rush forward in a hot-blooded manner, it would only ruin things. Seeing this, Diao Huanshan couldn't help but laugh out loud, while Lin Yi, who was in the crowd, was a little puzzled. The will of heaven had always been a powerful presence on the Heaven Stage Island, so why didn't it seem to be working? This Diao Huanshan actually wasn't afraid that the will of heaven would settle the score with him. What was going on? But Lin Yi didn't think too much about this. Even if Diao Huanshan was a nascent soul late-stage cultivator, he wasn't worthy of Lin Yi's attention at all. Now, even the president of the Golden Stage Academy Alliance, Zhuang Yifan, who was in the Earth creation late stage, had to address him as a brother, and even had to be respectful when speaking to him. Academy presidents like Ling Yuanqing were even more respectful to him. With Lin Yi's current level, there really weren't many people on the Middle Island that could make him pay attention. Lin Yi didn't choose to make a move just now because he wanted to understand the specific situation first. Now that he had heard the gist of it, there was naturally no need to continue listening to the nonsense. You can get lost now. Lin Yi walked out from the crowd and didn't even look at Diao Huanshan. He smiled at Tian Chan and the others, who were pushed so hard that they couldn't speak. I'm back. Ah! Tian Chan and Sydney were instantly overjoyed. The two of them had been waiting for Lin Yi for 2 whole years, but in the end, they couldn't get any definite news. They didn't expect that today, at this most embarrassing time, Lin Yi would actually appear. Wei Shinjin was also overjoyed. He was so anxious just now that he didn't know what to do. Lin Yi had entrusted him to look after the Tiandan Pavilion. If this clown, Diao Huanshan, ruined the signboard, how would he have the face to see Lin Yi in the future? Chapter 4977. Who do you think you are? Diao Huanshan didn't recognize Lin Yi at first. He only reacted after noticing the surprised expressions of Tian Chan and the others. He laughed and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's the manager of the Tiandan Pavilion that disappeared for 2 years. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you don't know what's good for you, get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Yi glanced at him indifferently. Oh, no wonder you're the manager of the Tiandan Pavilion. You're so young, but you talk big. Diao Huanshan laughed mockingly and said disdainfully, but you can't scare people with your big talk. Do you think you're the will of heaven? You think you can scare me, a late-stage nascent soul expert, with just a few words? I'll return the same words to you. If you know what's good for you, go back to the Tiandan Pavilion. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Now that the will of heaven isn't here, it's easy for me to take care of you little brats. Is that so? How did Big Brother the will of heaven take care of you last time? Lin Yi suddenly changed the topic and asked. What? Diao Huanshan was stunned. He thought that Lin Yi wanted to use this to embarrass him. However, before he could fly into a rage, Lin Yi suddenly raised his hand and slapped him. Diao Huanshan wanted to fight back subconsciously, but he suddenly realized that he couldn't move at all. There was no other reason. The aura that the other party emitted was too terrifying. It was even stronger than the will of heaven. A profound ascension expert. Diao Huanshan was instantly dumbfounded. The surrounding crowd was also dumbfounded. They all looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. This person was actually a legendary profound ascension expert. Shouldn't such a terrifying person live in seclusion? Why would he appear on this street? According to Diao Huanshan's words, this person was the manager of the Tiandan Pavilion. Lin Yi didn't use any martial techniques, just a simple wave of true qi, and Diao Huanshan was sent flying in front of everyone. After all, Diao Huanshan was only in the late stage of nascent soul. It would be strange if someone like him could still fight back against Lin Yi. Diao Huanshan was slapped to the point where he was nowhere to be found. Only the sound of people inhaling sharply could be heard. Some of the people who had been persuaded by Diao Huanshan immediately changed their minds. It seemed that although this heavenly pill pavilion had only been established for a short period of time, the backing behind it was indeed extraordinary. They might not lose to the medicine sect. Everyone, the Tiandan Pavilion, have always had a good reputation for doing business. Lin Yi, will leave a sentence here. Whether it's the 5th, 6th, or 7th grade, the Tiandan Pavilion, will definitely have the elixirs that the medicine sect has. Even if the medicine sect doesn't have them, the Tiandan Pavilion, will have them. Everyone, please wait and see. Lin Yi cupped his hands and said to the crowd in a clear voice. As soon as he said that, the crowd immediately went into an uproar. Everyone's appetite was immediately whetted. Diao Huanshan had spent so much effort to steal business. In the end, after Lin Yi's trick, not only did he not attract the crowd to the medicine sect, but he also looked forward to the Tiandan Pavilion even more. How was he here to ruin their reputation? He was clearly here to give them warmth. After saying that, Lin Yi walked into the Tiandan Pavilion, surrounded by Tian Chan and Sydney. 2 years had passed, but the layout inside had not changed at all. It was still the same as before, which made people sigh with emotion. The three of them went upstairs. As for the business downstairs, it was temporarily taken care of by Wei Shinjin. In any case, when the business was busy in the past, Wei Shinjin had helped a lot. After 2 years, he was already familiar with the business. "You've finally come to see us." As soon as they entered the room, before the door was even closed, Tian-chan and Sydney rushed into Lin Yi's arms. "It's been hard on you these 2 years. It's my fault. I should have come to see you earlier," Lin Yi said guiltily. The two girls sniffled at the same time. In the past 2 years, they had indeed felt a little sad. It was not that they felt that it was too hard to support the Tiandan Pavilion by themselves, but it was purely because they could not see Lin Yi. Although they also knew that Lin Yi could not be by their side all the time, it was not too much to see him twice a year. In the end, they had not seen each other for more than 2 years, and they were almost looking for a husband. "It's good that you know. You're not allowed to leave the two of us like this in the future, or else." Tian-chan suddenly paused when she said that. "Or else what?" Lin Yi smiled. "Or else I'll kick you." Tian-chan suddenly blushed and gave Lin Yi a light kick. "Me too." On the other side, Sydney followed suit. She grabbed Lin Yi, but it turned into a light hug. Lin Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. Of course, the two girls did not really want to kick him. They were just being intimate. "We haven't seen each other for so long. When did the two of you learn to kick people? It's too cruel. Looks like I can only come and pay my respects to you more often in the future," Lin Yi said, pretending to be honest. "You said it yourself. You can't go back on your words." Tian-chan and Sydney looked at each other and smiled. "Oh yeah, I wonder how brother Tian is doing recently. From what Diao Huanshan said just now, could he not be in Middle Island?" Lin Yi asked. "Yes, he is indeed not in Middle Island. If brother Tian was here, would Diao Huanshan dare to be so presumptuous?" Sydney said indignantly. With the will of heaven's illustrious reputation in Middle Island, even if Diao Huanshan had 10 guts, he would not dare to come and cause trouble. If he really dared to come in front of the will of heaven, he would definitely be slapped to death. Oh. Could it be that brother Tian has something important to do and has gone to other heaven stage islands? Lin Yi asked curiously. Just like the last time Chu Wendian went to West Island, the will of heaven was also the deputy island master of Middle Island. It was normal for him to represent Middle Island to go to other heaven stage islands. That's not it. Brother Tian's strength has reached the bottleneck of nascent soul perfected, so he left for East Continent some time ago. He plans to break through to profound ascension there. Tian-chan explained. "I see." Lin Yi nodded. If it was in the past, he would definitely wonder why he had to go to East Continent to break through to profound ascension, but with the experience of being a giant, he now completely understood. Although it was not impossible to break through to profound ascension in other places, under normal circumstances, it was difficult to rely on one's own strength to trigger the thunder punishment. It must be met with the right weather. To reach the intensity of the thunder punishment, a normal thunderstorm was absolutely not enough. It was only possible when the heavenly thunder was strong to a certain extent. To put it bluntly, it all depended on the will of the heavens. Chapter 4978. Lin Yi couldn't help but shake his head secretly. It was a pity that they had missed each other. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would have reunited with the will of heaven on the road of giants. That would have been a pleasant surprise. There's no one good in the medicine sect. Not only is there a sinister villain like Diao Huanshan, even the shopkeeper, Tong Yangsuo, is a sanctimonious hypocrite. These 2 years, in order to put pressure on our Tiandan Pavilion, they have used all kinds of despicable means. They didn't dare to go too far because Big Brother Tian was here, but now that Big Brother Tian is gone, they immediately climbed all over us. This is intolerable, Sydney said angrily. These people are indeed shameless. Our strength is no match for Diao Huanshan. Fortunately, Lin Yi, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I don't know how this matter would have ended. Tian Chan couldn't help but frown. You guys are worrying too much. From the situation just now, this Diao Huanshan is actually a sensible person. Although he came to cause trouble, he didn't dare to do anything. He only dared to curse. I guess he's afraid that one day, Big Brother Tian will come back to settle the score with him. Lin Yi smiled faintly. There was a saying that a monk could run away, but not the temple. Even if they destroyed Tiandan Pavilion while the will of heaven was not around, the will of heaven would come back one day. If they were purely competing in business, then the will of heaven might not do anything to them. After all, as the deputy island master of Middle Island, he had to care about public opinion. However, if Diao Huanshan dared to make a move on Tian Chan and the others, he would really be seeking his own death. When that time came, even if the will of heaven killed him to vent his anger, the medicine sect would not dare to stop him. They might even have to offer them up. This was a matter of life and death. Diao Huanshan still weighed the pros and cons very clearly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become the deputy shopkeeper of the medicine sect. Even so, he's still despicable. He dared to come to our Tiandan Pavilion and steal our customers. This is too much, Sydney said angrily. She really couldn't swallow this. Although Tiandan Pavilion was supported by Tian Chan and Tian Chan was only in charge of alchemy. Sydney was the one in charge of the business. Only she knew how much effort and sweat had gone into it. For Tiandan Pavilion's reputation, she cared more than anyone else. Even Tian Chan could not compare, let alone Lin Yi. This time, because of Lin Yi's sudden appearance, although Diao Huanshan had indeed received the punishment he deserved, and judging from the reactions of the crowd, it seemed like he hadn't stolen many customers, it still left an impact. Tiandan Pavilion still suffered a loss in the end. That's right. A kind person will be bullied, and a kind horse will be ridden. We can't just let this matter go like this. If we don't let the medicine sect suffer enough and learn their lesson, it won't be just the medicine sect in the future. Other large and small chambers of commerce will also follow suit. Then, we can forget about doing business, Lin Yi said with a nod. Then what do we do now? Do we go to their door to demand an explanation? Or should we just give them a taste of their own medicine and think of a way to steal their customers? Sydney asked hurriedly. That won't be necessary. Although it's not impossible to cause trouble at their door, it's still not a good idea. Lin Yi shook his head. With his powerful strength that could rival the early stage of the mountain opening stage, he wasn't afraid even if he faced the entire medicine sect alone. If the other party couldn't bring out enough experts, it was not impossible to bully them with their strength. However, this was ultimately not the best plan, because this way, the medicine sect would become the victim, and public opinion would unknowingly lean towards the medicine sect. Other than being able to vent their anger, there was no benefit to Tiandan Pavilion at all. Could it be that you've already thought of a good idea? Tian Chan and Sydney's eyes lit up at the same time. It's not a good idea. As long as you have absolute strength, any countermeasures and schemes are superfluous. Lin Yi smiled and changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. Let's first find out about the situation of the medicine sect. After reuniting after a long time, the three of them had a moment of warmth. Lin Yi then brought the two girls downstairs. Wei Shenjin, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly greeted him. Boss Lin Yi, you're finally here. You've worked hard during this period of time. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. He had just heard from Tian Chan and Sydney that Wei Shinjin had been coming to Tiandan Pavilion almost every other day for the past 2 years, and all this was just because of an order from Lin Yi before he left. It could be seen that this guy was indeed a loyal person, and saving him back then was not in vain. Boss, you're overpraising me. In fact, I just put in some effort, and I can't help much. Like today's matter, I can't do anything at all. Fortunately, boss, you came, or else I really don't know what to do. Wei Shinjin smiled bitterly. Don't blame yourself. This matter can't be blamed on you. After all, it's too much to ask you to deal with Jiao Huanshan. Don't worry, I'll handle it myself. Lin Yi comforted him, and then said, by the way, you're more familiar with this place. How about you help me find out about the specific situation of the medicine sect? Okay, boss, don't worry. Leave this matter to me. Wei Shinjin immediately patted his chest and accepted the order. It was not realistic for him to deal with Jiao Huanshan, who was in the late nascent soul stage, but it was a small matter to ask for information. After all, he was a native of Middle Island. Wei Shinjin was extremely efficient. He went out for less than half an hour and came back. He couldn't wait to report to Lin Yi. Boss Lin Yi, I've found out that the medicine sect invited the high-level alchemist from the East Continent is called Xingdongxing. I heard that he's Xing Dongjue's distant cousin. Xingdongxing. Lin Yi was slightly stunned when he heard this name. He felt that it was inexplicably familiar. After a while, he realized that the culprit who caused Qin Yu's tragedy, Xing Tianguang's father, the number 2 alchemist in Morning Star Academy, was called Xingdongxing. No wonder he wasn't in Morning Star Academy. He came to Middle Island to visit his relatives. Wait, isn't Xingdongxing from the Alchemy Hall? Since Xingdongxing is his distant cousin, why would he go to the medicine sect? I don't think the Alchemy Hall has a good relationship with the medicine sect, right? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel strange. He had heard from Kai Zhongyang that the Alchemy Hall didn't have a good relationship with the other businesses. If it wasn't for the alchemy god Zhang Liju, the Alchemy Hall, they would have been attacked by the other businesses a long time ago. Under these circumstances, why would an alchemist who had a relationship with the Alchemy Hall go to the medicine sect to concoct pills? Chapter 4979. Central Island is thousands of miles away from Dongzhou, and Tong Yangsua isn't related to this Xingdongxing at all. How did he manage to invite him to Central Island? Lin Yi was still confused. That's not strange. Medicine sect's headquarters may be here, but I heard that they're doing pretty well in Dongzhou as well, and they have connections with a lot of forces in Dongzhou. This Xingdongxing seems to be working with them, and that's why Tong Yangsuo invited him here. Although he's Xingdongjue's cousin, it's not like Xingdongjue can control where he wants to go, Wei Shinjin explained. That's true. Lin Yi nodded, but he still felt that something wasn't right, but he couldn't put his finger on it. After a pause, Lin Yi turned to Xinyan and asked, right, how's the situation in the Hall of Elixir recently? Has Master Zhang been back these 2 years? No, he hasn't shown himself for a long time, and Xingdongjue has been in charge of the Hall of Elixir these 2 years, Xinyan said with a sigh. This situation wasn't good for her, and Xingdongjue still hadn't given up on her. Although, because of the threat of the will of heaven, Xingdongjue wouldn't dare do anything for his grandson, but now that the will of heaven had gone to Dongzhou, and elixir god Zhang Liju was nowhere to be seen, the Hall of Elixir had almost become his rule. If Xingdongjue wanted to do something bad, Tian Chan wouldn't be able to resist at all. Even if Zhang Liju's disciples like Hou Guanqi and Kai Zhongyang came out to help her, they still wouldn't be able to stop Xingdongjue. Lin Yi was prepared for this answer, but he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Although he came to Central Island to see Tian Chan and Sydney, he still had a glimmer of hope. If he was lucky enough to meet Zhang Liju, then those sleeping beauties of his could be saved. Unfortunately, this was destined to only be a beautiful fantasy. Now, It seemed that it would not be easy to meet this cheap master of his. He had to admit that the time had not come yet. As they were talking, a commotion suddenly came from outside. Someone shouted loudly outside the door, "Who just beat up the people from our famous medicine sect? Hurry up and come out." Hearing this sudden noise, the guests in the Tiandan pavilion ran out one after another. Suddenly, a large group of onlookers gathered outside, pointing and talking. Today, the Tiandan pavilion and the medicine sect really clashed, and it was destined that there would be no peace here. Lin Yi, Tian Chan, and the others looked at each other and followed them out of the door. At a glance, they saw a middle-aged man surrounded by the crowd. When Lin Yi saw the symbol on the man's sleeve, he was immediately stunned. "You're the profound ascending stage master who injured Diao Huanshan." The middle-aged man's gaze fell on Lin Yi. "Yes, that's me." "Who are you from the Morning Star Academy?" Lin Yi frowned slightly. The middle-aged man was originally aggressive, but when he heard this, he was a little stunned. He hadn't said anything yet. How did this guy know that he was from the Morning Star Academy? Little did he know that Lin Yi had been in the Morning Star Academy for so long, and even got the title of honorary dean. If he couldn't even recognize the symbol of the Morning Star Academy, wouldn't he be blind? "Oh, I didn't expect you to have some eyesight. You actually know that I'm from the Morning Star Academy." "Yes, I'm the Chancellor of the Morning Star Academy in the East Continent, Zhao UK." The middle-aged man introduced himself, then sneered and said, "I heard that you're a profound ascending stage master, so you dare to bully our medicine sect's vice shopkeeper Diao. Why don't you try bullying me too?" Before he finished speaking, Zhao UK suddenly released a powerful aura. The strength of the profound ascending middle stage was revealed in an instant, and it immediately shocked the surrounding people. Profound ascending stage masters were rare existences, and today they saw two of them at once. It was really worth watching this show. Tian Chan, Sydney, and Wei Xinjin's expressions changed at the same time. Although they knew that Lin Yi was a profound ascending stage master, he was only at the early profound ascending stage, while the opponent was at the profound ascending middle stage, which was 2 stages higher. Even with Lin Yi's strength, he might not be Zhao Yuke's opponent. However, Lin Yi seemed to be unaware of all this. He still looked at Zhao UK indifferently and frowned slightly. "You're a Chancellor of the Morning Star Academy, and you actually came to the Middle Island to be a thug for the medicine sect. Don't you think it's too embarrassing for the Morning Star Academy? What do you know?" Zhao Yuke's face couldn't help but sink. Of course, he also knew that it was a bit embarrassing to do so. After all, the identity of the Chancellor of the Morning Star Academy in the Eastern Continent was not ordinary. Perhaps it was not dazzling in the Eastern Continent where there were many masters, but after coming out, it represented the face of the Morning Star Academy. Once he did such a dirty thing, even the reputation of the Morning Star Academy would be affected. However, Zhao UK had no choice. He was able to gain a foothold in Morning Star Academy because of Jing Dongxing. This time, Jing Dongxing had come out to earn some extra money, and he was purely a follower. Now that this mess had arisen, the medicine sect could not solve it by themselves, and Jing Dongxing could not possibly step in personally. Who else could it be other than him? "So, you insist on being a lackey of the medicine sect?" Lin Yi's originally calm expression became a bit more serious. In any case, he was the honorary dean of the Morning Star Academy. He did not want to damage the reputation of the Morning Star Academy because of this kind of thing, but if the other party refused to listen, then there was no other way. "Kid, you better watch your mouth. Originally, I was only prepared to stop when the time was right, but if you really don't know what's good for you and provoke me, in the end, you will be the one to suffer. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and apologize. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't make a mistake." Zhao UK said with an unkind expression. "Hee, I'll pass this on to you. Seeing that you are from the Morning Star Academy, I don't want to hurt you, so I can let you go. Lin Yi shook his head lightly and said. Don't want to hurt me. Ha 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 ha, you're quite an interesting kid. You're not very strong, but you're very good at acting tough. A profound ascending primary stage actually wants to let me, a profound ascending middle stage, go. In front of so many people, such big words really come out of your mouth. Zhao Yukei laughed. You don't believe me. In any case, you are from the East Continent. Is it strange for you to challenge someone of a higher level? Lin Yi looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. That's right, this kind of thing is indeed very common in the East Continent where geniuses gather, but is this the East Continent? Don't you think carefully before trying to scare people? Or are you also from the East Continent? Zhao Yukei looked up and down at Lin Yi and said. Chapter 4980. What do you mean? Are you a disciple of the Morning Star Academy? Zhao Yukei was slightly surprised. This kind of thing was not impossible. This person was a rare profound ascending stage expert of Middle Island, and with one glance he could recognize that he was from the Morning Star Academy. Combining these two conditions, the possibility of this guy being a disciple of the Morning Star Academy was not low. It was already embarrassing enough for him to be a thug for the medicine sect. If he were to go against a disciple of the Morning Star Academy, how would he be able to stand in the Morning Star Academy in the future? I am a friend of your dean, Ling Yuanqing, and also the master of your chief alchemist, Qing Danzi. What do you think? Lin Yi said lightly. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yukei suddenly rolled on the ground laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He pointed at Lin Yi and said breathlessly, if you say you are a disciple of the Morning Star Academy, then at least you have some credibility. Maybe I will really believe it. I didn't expect you to be such an interesting person. You are actually a friend of our dean and the master of Qing Danzi. You should have a limit to your nonsense, right? Not only Zhao Yukei, but the surrounding people also felt that it was too ridiculous. Even if they did not know much about the Morning Star Academy, they at least knew what the dean and the chief alchemist represented. This person in charge of the Tiandan Pavilion was really good at boasting. I have already said what I need to say. I advise you to turn around and leave now. I can pretend that I have never seen you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Lin Yi's expression was still calm as usual. He did not care about the people's sarcasm at all. You don't have to give me any face. However, seeing as you've spent so much effort to make up such a ridiculous lie, I can give you some face. At the very least, I can guarantee that I won't beat you to death. Zhao Yukei laughed unscrupulously. If that is the case, then there is nothing else to say. Lin Yi smiled helplessly. He had just come out of the Morning Star Academy, but he turned around and wanted to attack the Chancellor of the Morning Star Academy. He was really the only honorary dean like this. You are still pretending at this time. Kid, are you addicted to acting tough? Let me wake you up. Zhao Yukei sneered and was about to attack Lin Yi. However, before he could make a move, Lin Yi had already appeared within 10 feet in front of him in a flash. Lin Yi's ghost-like speed had startled him, a mysterious ascendant middle stage master. Before he could react, he received a heavy blow on his chest. His entire body flew out uncontrollably on the spot, and he was kicked out of the market street by Lin Yi. Hiss! The audience gasped one after another, and everyone looked at Lin Yi as if they were looking at a monster. This was a great expert of the profound ascension middle stage. How could he not even last one move in front of the owner of the Tiandan Pavilion? Could it be that he was the kind of trash who only had a level but no strength? Let's go in. Lin Yi turned his head and called out to Tian Chan and the others as if nothing had happened. With his current strength, he didn't need to use his trump cards to deal with ordinary profound ascension middle stage experts. Any combination of 3 attribute martial techniques was enough. Oh. Tian Chan and the others looked at each other and nodded in a daze. They had always known that Lin Yi was powerful, and it was common for him to challenge someone of a higher level. But even if it was the same level, the difficulty of the profound ascension stage was at least 10 times higher than the nascent soul stage. Not to mention, looking at Lin Yi's calm manner, he didn't even put the opponent of the profound ascension middle stage in his eyes. Just how strong was he? The Tiandan Pavilion is really unfathomable. The onlookers were completely stirred up at this moment. Although doing business was not directly related to strength, in this world where the weak were prey to the strong, people were still subconsciously more willing to believe those who were strong. At least their words were more reliable and more secure. Lin Yi had only arrived here for less than 2 hours. First, he slapped away the late nascent soul stage Jiao Huanshan, and now he kicked away the profound ascension middle stage Xiao Yuk. His strength was simply so strong that it made people's hair stand on end. It was equivalent to advertising for the Tiandan Pavilion twice. Not only did it not lose its popularity, it increased a lot. It was human nature to worship the strong. Since the Heavenly Dan Pavilion had such a valiant person in charge, it was naturally full of gimmicks. Many of the people who gathered here from all directions just wanted to catch a glimpse of this expert. As long as they were guided a little, these people would all become ready-made customers. Outside the market street, a miserable figure climbed up from the messy garbage heap. It was Xiao Yuk, who was kicked away by Lin Yi. For the sake of the Morning Star Academy, Lin Yi still left some leeway. Otherwise, he would have long been a corpse that no one cared about. But even so, Xiao Yuk still suffered quite a heavy injury. His heart was filled with shock, and he was starting to believe that Lin Yi had some sort of relationship with Morning Star Academy. After all, there weren't many geniuses at the profound ascension stage who could still easily challenge those of a higher level. Only in the East continent were they more common. Limping back to the famous medicine sect, Tong Yangsuo was accompanying Jing Dongxing to drink tea. When the two saw Xiao Yuk's appearance, they were shocked. Jiao Huanshan was like this before, why was he, a profound ascension middle stage master, still like this? What's going on? Could it be that even you are not a match for that Lin Yi? Jing Dongxing frowned and said angrily. He was just boasting to Tong Yangsuo that with Xiao Yuk's strength, it would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that this would be the result? It was like slapping his own face in front of Tong Yangsuo. No wonder he was angry. Master Zheng, I am incompetent. I am indeed not a match for him. Xiao Yuk said in shame. How could this be? Didn't Jiao Huanshan just say that Lin Yi is only at the early stage of the profound ascension stage? With the strength of you, Chancellor Zhao, who is at the middle stage of the profound ascension stage, you can't deal with him. Could it be that Jiao Huanshan was wrong about this bastard who can't do anything right? Tong Yangsuo's face darkened. He had never looked at the Tiandan Pavilion in the eyes. These 2 years, he did not dare to act rashly because of the deterrence of the will of heaven. Now that the will of heaven had left, and he had invited experts like Jing Dongxing and Xiao Yuk from the East continent, dealing with a mere Tiandan Pavilion should be a piece of cake. How could there be so many twists and turns? Chapter 4981. There's such a thing. Jing Dongxing and Tong Yangsuo were both shocked. If it was just Xiao Yuk's defeat, they would not be so shocked, but Xiao Yuk was defeated by someone 2 levels higher than him. This meant that the opponent was no small matter. Not only that, the kid also said. Xiao Yuk grinned awkwardly. What else did he say? Tong Yangsuo quickly asked. He also said that he had some connections with our Morning Star Academy. Xiao Yuk said with a strange expression. Connections? What connections? Could he be a disciple of our Morning Star Academy? Jing Dongxing's eyelids twitched. Many people on Middle Island had studied in the East Continent Academy, so it was not impossible to encounter such a coincidence. That's not it. He said he was a friend of Dean Ling Yuan Qing and the master of Grandmaster Qing Danzi. Zhao Yukei braced himself and said, "What?" Jing Dongxing was so shocked that his jaw dropped. He quickly reacted and frowned. "That's impossible. As far as I know, Qing Danzi's master died a long time ago. How could he appear here?" In the world of cultivation, it was not good to judge a person by their appearance. No matter how young they looked, they could be old monsters who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. They just maintained their youthful appearance, just like Zhuang Yifan. But this guy claimed to be Qing Danzi's master. That was pure nonsense. That's right. Such shameless boasting. This person must be a liar. Tong Yangsuo, who was at the side, quickly asserted. Even if it was possible, he had to immediately dispel Jing Dongxing's suspicions. Otherwise, if Lin Yi really was Ling Yuanqing's friend, Qing Danzi's master, then what was the point of fighting for the medicine sect? If that was really the case, then he might as well not do anything else. He could only hurry to the Heavenly Dan Pavilion and personally apologize. There was no other choice. Zhao Yukei did not speak. Of course, he did not believe Lin Yi's nonsense. But with the strength Lin Yi had displayed, he was definitely not an ordinary disciple of the Morning Star Academy. Maybe he really did know Ling Yuanqing and Qing Danzi, which was why he was so unscrupulous. There's no doubt about it. This kid is trying to play tricks on our Morning Star Academy. He's really a weirdo. Jing Dongxing snorted disdainfully, in front of the number 2 pill refiner of the Morning Star Academy. What was the difference between this and running to hell and pretending to be a ghost? This is too much. Grandmaster Zheng, what do you think we should do next? We can't just let this brat wantonly tarnish the reputation of your Morning Star Academy, right? Tong said with anticipation. Although I don't really care about the reputation of the Morning Star Academy, we really can't ignore this kid. Otherwise, people will think that we're afraid of him, and maybe they'll treat him as some big shot. Jing Dongxing frowned slightly. That's right. 2 of us have already been killed by him. We can't continue to encourage his arrogance. It's a pity that our medicine sect's guest experts on Middle Island aren't strong enough. We still have to trouble Master Jing to think of a way, Tong Yangsuo quickly said. The guest experts on his side were at most in the nascent soul stage. Their strength might not be comparable to Diao Huanshan's, let alone dealing with Lin Yi. Only Jing Dongxing could deal with this matter. Of course, Jing Dongxing was an pill refiner and was not good at fighting. However, with his superior status, he did not need to deal with this kind of matter personally. As long as he sent someone to spread the word, there would naturally be a large number of experts rushing over like ducks. A mere Lin Yi would not be a problem at all. Since this Lin Yi can fight an opponent who is a higher level than him, he's really not weak. We can't underestimate him too much. I'm afraid ordinary experts won't be able to deal with him. Jing Dongxing pondered for a moment and then said, how about this, let's not act rashly. When the time comes, we'll let Deputy Island Master Wu deal with him. Deputy Island Master Wu. Tong Yangsuo was stunned, and he said in surprise, is this Deputy Island Master Wu that Master Jing mentioned, the Executive Deputy Island Master Wu Miao who suddenly rose to power last year? The power of Middle Island's Island Master Cabinet had always been divided among 5 people, namely, 1 Island Master and 4 Deputy Island Masters. The actual power of the Deputy Island Master was the greatest among the 4 Deputy Island Masters. Basically, he could have a say in all matters, big or small. In terms of power and status, he was only below the Island Master. He could be considered as the number 2 figure in the official forces of Middle Island. Although the Wu Miao that Tong Yangsuo mentioned was very experienced in the Island Master Pavilion, he had always kept a low profile. In terms of presence, he was even less prominent than the Will of Heaven. After all, Although the will of heaven's strength was low on the surface, he was a legendary figure that everyone knew. Moreover, he was a strong person, and his true strength was not weak even in the Island Master Pavilion. However, this Wu Miao was not really incompetent. He was just hiding his strength. Last year, when the Island Master Pavilion elected a new executive deputy Island Master, he, who had never been looked upon favorably by the outside world, suddenly made a move and became a medium-sized dark horse. That's right. That's him. Xing Dongxing nodded. He is the number 2 official of Middle Island. Even deputy island masters like the Will of Heaven and Chu Wendian are overshadowed by him. Also, I heard that he has always kept people at arm's length, and very few people can befriend him. Master Xing actually managed to invite him. Tong Yangsuo was even more astonished. The Chamber of Commerce had always been very attentive to the Island Master Pavilion's officials. Even if they could not become their own people, they had to befriend them. At the very least, they could not allow them to become obstacles. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to do business. Tong Yangsuo had put in a lot of effort in this regard, especially the newly promoted Executive Deputy Island Master, Wu Miao. She was an important person that he did his best to befriend. Unfortunately, Wu Miao had always been indifferent toward him. At most, she would give him some gifts during the holidays. She did not even have the right to enter his house. That's right. Deputy Island Master Wu is indeed aloof and arrogant. However, don't forget my status, Shopkeeper Tong. Other people can only beg him, but he has to beg me. I'm his distinguished guest, said Xing Dongxing with a proud laugh. That's right. Master Zheng, a high-rank pill refiner like you has an extraordinary status no matter where you go. Ordinary people can't even invite you. No matter how aloof and arrogant Wu Miao is, he will definitely receive pills. Tong Yangsuo smiled apologetically. Chapter 4982. This was the advantage of being a pill refiner. Their statuses were very high, and even high and mighty figures had to humble themselves in front of high-ranking pill refiners like them. Xing Dongxing enjoyed this feeling the most. So that's how it is. It seems that Deputy Island Master Wu still has a good eye. Burning incense and praying to the Buddha, one is afraid of worshipping the wrong temple. However, Deputy Island Master Wu has really found the right person this time. With you, Grand Master Zheng, personally taking action, wouldn't refining pills be a piece of cake? Tong Yangsuo took the opportunity to flatter Xing Dongxing. It was no wonder Xing Dongxing agreed to help so easily. In the past, it would have been very difficult to get this great person to help, no matter how high the price was. Xing Dongxing laughed heartily. He enjoyed Tong Yangsuo's flattery very much. After some thought, he said, "How about this? I'll write a letter to Deputy Island Master Wu personally. Shopkeeper Tong, get someone to deliver it to him. He will definitely come." Okay. Thank you, Master Zheng. Tong Yangsuo was elated. Although Lin Yi was unexpectedly strong, if he could get Wu Miao to help, a mere Lin Yi would be nothing. While Xing Dongxing and Tong Yangsuo were talking, Diao Huanshan, who was limping like Xiao Yuke, suddenly came to the door with a bitter expression. Why aren't you recuperating? Why are you here? Tong Yangsuo frowned when he saw this. If Xiao Yuke, who came with Xing Dongxing, hadn't suffered a great loss, he wouldn't have treated this guy nicely. After all, he had embarrassed himself in front of Xing Dongxing. Shopkeeper Tong, Master Xing, bad news. Diao Huanshan smiled bitterly. What bad news? Master Zheng and I are here. What can go wrong? Why are you so flustered? That's not proper. Tong Yangsuo reprimanded him. Shopkeeper Tong, it's really bad news. Someone just reported that Tiandan Pavilion has started to place orders for refining pills, and they're taking orders for 7th grade pills. Said Diao Huanshan. What? Tong Yangsuo and Jing Dongxing stood up in shock. It's true. Their Heavenly Elixir Pavilion has accumulated a lot of popularity over the past 2 years because of their high-quality elixirs. Their reputation has always been good. Their only weakness is that the grade of their elixirs is not high enough. But now, this weakness has become their strength. A 7th grade elixir. This is even better than our medicine sect. Diao Huanshan said with a bitter face. It was rare for them to invite Jing Dongxing to take charge. The famous medicine sect had already overshadowed the Heavenly Dan Pavilion in terms of fame by announcing that they would be able to refine a 6th grade pill on the spot. Coupled with Diao Huanshan's deliberate provocation, the two sects were like fire and water. Under the storm, they became the focus of public opinion. The famous medicine sect took this opportunity to gain a lot of attention and attracted a lot of people. However, now that the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had spread the news of a 7th grade elixir, the popularity that the famous medicine sect had just attracted was instantly snatched away. Even the customers who had previously reserved the 6th grade elixir also cancelled their subscriptions one after another. It was obvious that they had gone to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. They had worked so hard, but in the end, their hard work had gone to someone else. How could they endure this? Impossible. How can a small Tiandan pavilion refine 7th grade pills? Tong Yangsuo's first reaction was disbelief. 7th grade alchemists were rare in these heaven stage islands. Even if there were 1 or 2, they would soon be poached by the East Continent colleges. How could a small pill shop like Tiandan Pavilion, which had no background, afford to raise a 7th grade alchemist? Even if they took out all their profits, it would be far from enough. Since he dared to say such things, it means that he does have the ability. Otherwise, he would be courting death. I don't think that Lin Yi is so stupid. Could it be that this Tiandan Pavilion also has a background in the East Continent? Jing Dongxing said thoughtfully. This was the only possibility he could think of. Tiandan Pavilion, like the medicine sect here, had spent a lot of money to invite a high-level alchemist like him. That was why they dared to say such arrogant words. That's impossible. I've spent a lot of effort to investigate the details of Tiandan Pavilion in the past 2 years. This is purely a small pill shop. It only has the background of the will of heaven. It has nothing to do with the East Continent, Tong Yangsuo said with certainty. Tiandan Pavilion was now a thorn in his side. If he hadn't investigated it clearly, he wouldn't have dared to let Diao Huanshan come to provoke it. If that's the case, then we really have to think about it. Maybe there's a master behind it. Jing Dongxing frowned and then said to Tong Yangsuo, how about this? I don't need to write a letter. Manager Tong, you can directly bring my name card to invite Deputy Island Master Wu. There's no time to lose, let's go now. Okay. Tong Yangsuo nodded repeatedly. Also, why don't you ask my cousin to come as well? One more person means one more force, Jing Dongxing added. This. Tong Yangsuo hesitated for a moment. The cousin Jing Dongxing mentioned was naturally the deputy hall master of the pill hall, Jing Dongjue. On the surface, his relationship with the medicine sect and the 5 elements commerce had always been bad. Naturally, he didn't get along well with Jing Dongjue, the person in charge of the pill hall. However, this was only on the surface. Jing Dongxing naturally knew about this. However, if he invited Wu Miao this time, it would definitely be suspicious if he invited Jing Dongjue as well. There's nothing to hesitate about. Deputy Island Master Wu is someone we can trust. We have to let him know about this relationship sooner or later. Why don't we take this opportunity to confess in person? This way, we can leave a good impression of him. Just tell him that it's my idea. Dongjue won't object, Jing Dongxing instructed. Okay. Tong Yangsuo nodded and immediately went out to call for Wu Miao. An hour later, there were a few more VIPs in the medicine sect's VIP room. Jing Dongxing sat on the main seat, while his cousin, Jing Dongjue, sat on his right. Tong Yangsuo sat next to Jing Dongjue. On Jing Dongxing's left was a stern-looking man with a long beard. He was undoubtedly the new deputy island master of Middle Island, Wu Miao. However, there was an unexpected and uninvited guest sitting next to Wu Miao. It was Southern Aurora from Middle Island's Cultivators Academy. With Southern Polar Light's strength and status, even though he had lost the competition against Tianxing for the position of deputy island master, he was still considered an extraordinary person. However, he had never had any dealings with the medicine sect, so Tong Yangsuo naturally would not specially invite him. The reason why he had appeared here this time was actually a coincidence. The reason was simple. When Tong Yangsuo went to invite Wu Miao, Southern Aurora happened to be there. When he heard that it was to deal with Tiandan Pavilion and Lin Yi, he immediately came on a whim to join in the fun. Chapter 4983. Master Zheng, you're being too polite. Since you summoned us personally, how could we not come? Wu Miao smiled faintly. Everyone nodded in agreement. Apart from Jing Dongxing, Wu Miao had the highest status among them. Only Jing Dongjue, who was the person in charge of the pill hall, could stand on equal footing with her. As for people like Nantian Aurora and Tong Yangsuo, they could only suck up to her. Jing Dongxing laughed. He was very satisfied with everyone's attitude. I invited everyone here because medicine sect has encountered some difficulties and needs everyone's help to think of a solution. I heard it's about Tiandan Pavilion. Asked Wu Miao. Tong Yangsuo had told her a little about it, but she did not know the specifics. That's right. This small Tiandan Pavilion isn't a big deal, so there's no need to mobilize so many people. However, Lin Yi from Tiandan Pavilion has returned. Furthermore, he brought Jiao Huanshan and Zhao Yuke with him. Now, he even announced that he's selling 7th grade pills. He's really aggressive, said Jing Dongxing with a slight frown. 7th grade pills. Everyone was shocked. 7th grade pills were extremely rare even in the East Continent, let alone in Middle Island. Even Wu Miao, the managing deputy island master, was eager to get a 7th grade pill, let alone everyone else. Tiandan Pavilion has always been our medicine sect's sworn enemy. If they gain power, it will be a huge blow to our medicine sect. That's why I implore everyone to help us. Medicine sect will definitely reward you handsomely, said Tong Yangsuo sincerely. I heard that Tiandan Pavilion is backed by the will of heaven. Is that true? Asked Wu Miao. That's right. That's true. Tong Yangsuo nodded. In that case, I really have to help medicine sect. Although the will of heaven is my colleague, he's arrogant and despotic. I'm sure Tiandan Pavilion is using his name to commit crimes. Otherwise, how could they have grown so much in just 2 years? Who would believe that they aren't involved in some shady business, said Wu Miao gloomily. That's right. Deputy Island Master Wu is right. Tong Yangsuo was elated. In his opinion, Tiandan Pavilion would be doomed as long as Wu Miao agreed to help. Deputy Island Master Wu, if you don't mind, feel free to let me know. I'm more than happy to help you deal with Tiandan Pavilion, interjected Nantian Aurora. Oh. Deputy Dean Nantian is also interested. Tong Yangsuo was delighted. The will of heaven is arrogant and despotic. Deputy Island Master Wu isn't the only one who doesn't get along with him. Don't forget that I fought with him 2 years ago for the position of Deputy Island Master. Furthermore, I also have a grudge against Tiandan Pavilion's Lin Yi. This time, I can teach him a lesson. Nantian Aurora sneered. Very good. It seems like Deputy Dean Nantian is also a kindred spirit. Deputy Island Master Wu, you're in the wrong. Why didn't you introduce such a good friend to us earlier? If he didn't happen to be a guest at your residence, I'm afraid we wouldn't have had the chance to get to know each other. It's a pity we didn't meet sooner. Zheng Dongxing took the opportunity to win Nantian Aurora's heart. It was true that alchemists had a transcendent status, but at the same time, they relied on a wide range of connections to live comfortably. Nantian Aurora was also a #1 figure in this middle island. This time, they had a common enemy, so their relationship was naturally closer. Being able to sit together and speak the same language, they were ready-made friends. Grandmaster Zheng is indeed a person who makes friends. I feel the same way. You're famous in the alchemy world. I only regret that I never had the chance to meet you. Today, I've finally fulfilled one of my wishes. Nantian Aurora took the opportunity to flatter Zheng Dongxing. How can it be called famous? It's just an undeserved reputation. Deputy Dean Nantian, you flatter me. Zheng Dongxing laughed and asked, from what you said just now, could it be that you competed with the will of heaven for the position of Deputy Island Master 2 years ago? Yes, but I had just advanced to the mysterious ascension early stage at that time. My strength had not yet stabilized, so I failed at the last moment. Nantian Aurora smiled bitterly. What about now? Since the will of heaven has gone to the East Continent, his position as Deputy Island Master has been vacated, right? Zheng Dongxing turned to look at Wu Miao. As the Executive Deputy Island Master, Wu Miao had the most say in this matter. Nantian Aurora's eyes lit up when he heard this. The reason why he had visited Wu Miao today was because of this matter. If he could get some help from Wu Miao, he might be able to regain the opportunity to compete for the position of Deputy Island Master. Master Zheng is right. The Island Master Pavilion must have 1 Island Master and 4 Deputy Island Masters. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. No one can make an exception. It would be fine if he only left for a month or 2, but this time, the will of heaven is going to the distant East Continent. Moreover, it is a dangerous mission to charge into the mysterious Ascension realm. Who knows if he can come back alive? Wu Miao sneered. He had never been on good terms with the will of heaven. Of course, he could not wait for the will of heaven to be struck to death by the lightning tribulation. Even if the lightning tribulation did not kill him, given the will of heaven's domineering personality, it would be easy for him to stir up trouble in the East Continent, where there were many experts. If he offended a powerful person, it would be hard for the will of heaven not to die. In other words, the Island Master Pavilion is missing one of the 5 Island Masters. Does that mean Deputy Dean Nantian has a chance? Zheng Dongxing glanced at the restless Nantian Aurora with a smile. You can say that. After the Island Master Pavilion's discussion, the will of heaven's position as Deputy Island Master is temporarily vacant. If he can rush back to Middle Island in a short time, he will still have a chance. However, if he returns late and the position is taken by someone else, he will have nothing to say. This is a rare opportunity. Deputy Dean Nantian can indeed fight for the position. Wu Miao nodded. If I can fight for the position of Deputy Island Master, I will definitely follow Deputy Island Master Wu's lead. Nantian Aurora hurriedly expressed his loyalty. As the Executive Deputy Island Master, Wu Miao's authority in this matter was second only to the Island Master. She was the person he needed to win over the most. As long as Wu Miao was willing to agree, coupled with the power behind him, he would have at least a 70% chance of winning. As for the Island Master, who had more authority, Nantian Aurora had a say in this matter. It was a pity that the Island Master he had tried so hard to befriend happened to be in seclusion. Now, another powerful person was in charge of the Island Master's authority. Nantian Aurora couldn't even meet that powerful person, so he naturally couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, he placed all his hopes on Wu Miao. He never expected Zheng Dongxing to support him when they first met. Furthermore, it seemed like Wu Miao was very obedient to Zheng Dongxing. This was a pleasant surprise.